Okay, Coach, your turn.
All right, thank you.
Now,
How y'all doing?
great.
You know, I am really excited about being here with a group of people that I believe can go from here and really do something about what we're talking about. What a lineup we got. My goodness sakes, unbelievable. And I really think, you know, we had a team come down to Naples at our house, and this is where I think this whole thing came from, the set team. And I think we have maybe 3 or 4 that was at our house. How many of you were at our house? 1, 2, 3. So we had 3, okay? And unbelievable things happened from that. So Nick said, I think I'm going to have me one of those deals. And I said, one of what deals? He said, well, the deal like you have. And Nick, what a good putting this together. Your house last night was unbelievable. The club here is wonderful. And what I would like to see, I wish I could take and put my hands on your shoulder and look you in the eye, like I did a couple. Why don't you come up here? The 2 that I did that, Deshauna, Adrian. And I remember you were really just getting kind of going into business. You were just getting sort of feeling your way into business. And I remember I went like this and I said, I really think you can do something big. And I want to see you reach your potential. And I'd like to see you be director before a year or so. And you said you would be. I wished I could do that to each one of you. I wished I could do that to each one of you. Now I didn't do it to you, but maybe that's the reason you haven't got a $10,000 bonus, you know. But when I just felt, and I feel the same way. And I remember what I said to you. You're going to do something special, and you're going to. And we talked about the $10,000 check, and you had your timing and everything put forward, and hit it right at the right time. And I wish that I could do what I did just with these 2 to each one of you. I wish I could look you in the eye and talk to you about your potential. I'm supposed to talk today about your potential. Do you know your potential is maybe 1,000 times what you are thinking right now? You realize that all the stuff that's in you right now, can you believe what's happened to you? It is unbelievable, but what is going to happen, and she's a director, but as I don't see her as a director, I don't just see you as a director in another few months and a $10,000 bonus earner. And by the way, the star of the Skype with Coach, didn't she do a great job with Coach?
Yes.
I don't see you as that. What I see of you, I see within a few years, you having a company larger than our company currently is. I see you doing meetings instead of maybe 400 or 500 people like we're going to have in Atlanta when we celebrate on June. When is that?
24th.
The 24th, when I come in the car, walk home, and you come in, walk and drive home. I see that you as that was just the beginning of what's going to happen in your life. You think that this year has been a whirlwind, and you think this year has been a whirlwind. You're going to be leading hundreds of thousands of people who need your help, mothers of children who don't have a home. You ever heard of anybody like that? You're going to be able to take and give the answers. See, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about you've reached it. That $10,000 check was so much fun. Directorship, I can't wait to to drive the car up and you take another car from it, you know. That's gonna be fun, but that's only the beginning. See, I see what Canada, how you can take Canada and just transform Canada. We talked about turning to what people want now and need to make money. And so when I'm talking about development, I wished I could take each one of you, because that's a special moment, wasn't it? When I went like this, yeah. When I went like this, that was a special moment. I want to do that with each one of you over the next few minutes, and I'm sick and tired of you piddling around where you're at.
Right.
As I see, now you say development, okay? I see this whole team doing some things. And you know, we got this little thing that I probably am gonna get fired over. Where to go? Yeah, oh, no, don't take it out of that. That was my bookmark. That's all right, I know where it was. See, I see this. Oh, I don't see anything.
Good.
I was about to stop broadcasting. I was about to stop.
If I would have seen anything, I see this group as taking whatever it is that I can't talk about. Okay? And if you give me results like I think you can give me, then I can take that to the whole company. We can see the company double in a short period of time. And you guys can be responsible. See, the sector, if you guys went and led the way, you went and led the way that changed the whole company. It gave leadership to the company. It says, we can do it. We can do it. You're going to leave here today saying, I can do it. I can do it. I don't understand this, but I can do it. I don't need to understand it. You can do it. And so when I look at part of what I wanted to say, I can't say because you Facebook guys out there. You got little secrets going. Them, us, whoever it is. It doesn't, you know, everybody here knows what I'm talking about. Nobody out there knows what I'm talking about. And everybody here that knows what I'm talking about ain't going to tell nobody there what I'm talking about. So we're going to have a chance to do something that would give, see, how do you change your life? You start thinking big.
Right.
You start thinking big. See, you start thinking of developing not one person to get a $10,000 bonus, but don't you know there's thousands out there that need that? Was that fun to get? You're gonna get another one, right? But how many people need that?
Yes, right.
How many people need that? And we're just sitting here letting them need it and not telling them about it? How many people need to be a director in our company? And can they be?
Absolutely. Absolutely. This year.
So what I want you to do is expand your thinking. I've taken with just being here with you, and we got and I'm not even allowed to talk about it, but we got a group called, what gang is it, Nick?
Meadowbrook.
The Meadowbrook Gang. You're not in the Meadowbrook Gang, you're missing it, but that's okay. Nobody else can get in but the ones that were there. That's the ones that Nick bought breakfast for this morning. He told me if he didn't buy breakfast for you, he just didn't like you. We know better than that. But I want you to expand your mind. See, Nick had a great quote up there, but one that I like is whatever the mind can conceive and believe, it can what? And see, I believe that. See, I believe that, of course, you guys work together, but I believe together in a short period of time, you'll be bigger than the whole company is now. I believe that. See, so whatever I can believe, see, whatever I can believe, and whatever I can conceive, and if I continue to see it and believe it, like when you put your picture there on the staircase, it said, I am a director. I am a director. And so we need to all expand our mind. And thank you so much. We need to expand our mind. And then the problem is with guys like Pagano, when he comes up here and says, we're going to take you from Clark Kent to Superman. It doesn't work that way. Going from Clark Kent to Superman, it is a process.
Yes.
See, I'm working in that process. Every day I'm working in that process. Last night, I was picked up by, where's my buddy that was supposed to pick me up from Pittsburgh? There in the back. He's going to pick me up. I'm all excited because I got a Steeler fan that's going to pick me up. We'll be able to talk football all the way. So I land, I say, hey, Torrance, how are you, buddy? He said, hey, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I said, well, I'm ready. He said, well, I'm an hour and a half away. I got tied up in traffic. I said, as much as I'd like to be with you, I am not going to wait for you. So I called Nick, and I don't know what he did, but they said there'll be a chauffeur and a limo or whatever out there waiting on you by the time you get to the hotel. They're connected to the airport. So I get out, I get to the hotel, and there he is. And he said, I don't know who you are, but I had a passenger I was picking up. And they said, let him stand there and go get this guy. He said, you must be important. I said, no, I'm not, but I know somebody that's important because somebody else did this for me. I have no idea. So, and it was really funny. He was telling me about all the people he rode and drove and everything. And he said, you know, when you get to be my age, you're going to realize this and this and this. And I just kept saying, well, you know, when I get that age, I want to remember, you know. And I said, well, by the way, how old are you? He said, well, you'll never believe it, but I'm 62. When you get there, you know, when I get there, that'll be a real day. But we had a great time coming, and he helped me realize that we're always growing. Everything we're doing is growing. You don't go from Clark Kent to Superman in a day. It's kind of like Joseph was given the dream, and he didn't go from the dream to run in Egypt. You know, he went from the dream and a beautiful coat of many colors, and what happened after that? The coat of many colors turned into my brothers took me and put me in the pit, and then slavery, and then did everything for Potiphar's home. Did every place he was, he did good. So if you're in the process of saying I had to hide my car to get here, why? Well, I didn't want it repossessed. I spent the money on the car payment to come here. That doesn't matter. Or you see, it doesn't matter where you're at. There's a process. Coach is working through a process. Wherever you are in life, it's building. It's building towards some things. For instance, I was given a book.
Yeah.
I'd like to have the author come up here and stand beside me. Every time I turn around, I'm giving her a $1,000 bonus. And she said last week, I don't want you to give me a $1,000 bonus. Oh, I said, wow, what a relief. Then she said, I want two. So she authored a book. See, what I'm saying is, Coach is growing. Coach is growing. I've learned more here than I'll teach. For instance,
day one in your 100 days. Now, if I should come up with an original idea of doing a lesson for 100 days straight and claim a little of the authorship of it, you and I together, could we partner and be doing something like that? You won't accuse me of, what do they accuse people of stealing? Plagiarizing. You'll just say, that's my buddy Coach. Okay. Day one, smile. Isn't that something?
Yeah.
It just sort of puts here how a happy heart makes the face cheerful, and how that a smile changes everything within you. And I told you last night, I said I used to smile all the time. And now I smile most of the time. You know, I do a good job of smiling, but there's sometimes that I get serious and and I don't do the job of smiling like I should. I'm growing. See, I'm not going Clark Kent to Superman today, but today I learned something. And what I learned is, if I come up to you like this,
Yeah.
how's that make you feel?
Great.
You can smile, it's okay. all these beautiful ladies were smiling and you were sitting there like. I had to bring it. Okay. Okay, if I come up to your table like this, that's pretty good. How's that make you feel? Good. Now, I come up to this table.
Yeah. And we're not smiling.
What's wrong with you guys? Don't you know this is an exciting meeting?
Nobody smiles at me.
Yeah, nobody smiles. I got to tell you, so I learned, here's what I went from. I went from smiling most of the time, and it may take me a little while, but I'll be smiling all the time, okay? Now, I then jumped from there to 7. 7's a good number. That's a good whole number.
Yeah.
And it talked about forgiveness, and how that if you forgive anybody who's done you wrong, and you have nobody has anything against you that you're holding against them, that you sail through life, and that you it's just unbelievable. You fly higher because you got rid of the weights and sins and problems. And I remember in my life, I had an uncle that was kind of jealous of what I was doing, and inside he was trying to beat me up, and I was trying to beat him up, and we were both sitting in church together. And the preacher, he started talking about, you need to forgive, you need to straighten up, you need to do. And I'm thinking, boy, this is just what he needs. And then he kept it up, and then Dr. Doug Oldham's daddy, and he said, you know, it reminds me of this duck that was, when they were going south, when the weather was bad, he saw this barnyard, and he swooped out of the barnyard, and every morning they come out and fed him. He just stayed there with the regular ducks, and when the ducks started to go back up north, he started to take off, and he got about fence post high. That's as high as he could get. And I remember he said this statement. He said he was a pretty good duck for the shape he was in, but he wasn't the duck he could have been because he had unforgiveness in his heart. I have learned, no matter what anybody does, you can't find one person the coach is mad at. You can't find one person that's hurting me. I had people that I paid $10 million to talking bad about me. Now they're not now.
Right.
I never thought anything about it. I always tried to help them. One of them was trying to get their daughter into a special college that I had an in to. I got her in, got her high. I will never let anything keep me from flying high, okay? And then I thought, well, I'll go to 777. This is a pretty good one. Pretty good, isn't it? God gave me the spirit not of fear, but of power. What are you afraid of? Why don't you say, I'm going to take today and I'm going to grow. You need to realize how good this book is. This book could help not just the thousands that it's helped already, but the millions that it needs to help. You need to take the lid off of the value of this book. It was so good. Let me tell you how good it was last night. I started scanning it, and I knew that, I said, well, you know, I usually don't go to sleep until about 12 o'clock, so why don't I go ahead and I'll dig into it and read every chapter. And I started to think, you know, that's basically the ABCs of learning, isn't it?
Yes.
And ABC hit my mind, and it was 9 o'clock. And I'll show you how dedicated I was as a follower of a commitment that I'm going to do something good and read this book. ABC at 9 o'clock last night had the finals on. My dedication went from the book to LeBron's. You were the best player out there, playing the best team out there, but you can beat them. And I got glued to the TV. I never read another book. But I read enough to realize this, that in this book, see, you have the power to do so much more. How many lives could be changed if they would take the three little ones that I mentioned could change a life. A gradual change. You're going to see me smile more? Okay? I promise you, you'll never need to worry about me getting mad at you. I'm not going to ever get mad. I promise you, I'm not going to get mad at you. Unless you don't make a sound. If you don't make a sound, then that might be a different story. But anyway, I just this whole thing of saying grow. I want to see this book reach its potential. I want to see you are such a talented, unbelievably talented person. I want you to reach your potential. And this is what each one of us has. So I could thank you. Thank you. Big hand. I could go around this room, and I wished I had time, because with each one of you, I was around the table with about 8 or 10 this morning, and what a talented group. I wish that I could sit down with you and talk about what I can see happening in your life. I have my niece here. Come on up here, Tara. My sister Faye, who was more like me than any of the other kids, is her mom, and she took one of the grandkids, I guess it was, wasn't it grandchild? Yes. One of the grandkids to Hawaii. When it was Hawaii, and she drowned. But Tarla has been a shining example of success. I mean, what you've done, you saw in the educational world where so many people didn't want their children going to public school. They wouldn't learn anything. All it was just refereeing. And so a lot of homeschools were developing, but they needed certain subjects that they couldn't get any other way. And all once you started to provide those subjects, and then you got a campus where a church would let you hold it, and all once that church filled up, and so you got another church, another part of town, another part of town, and now you have several campuses. Well, you realize that things like Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts started by one person saying, here's a need, and the whole country needs it. It's not just Detroit. I see expanding. See, Nick said, I'm supposed to help you expand your mind. I can see you giving leadership to not just that half dozen or dozen campuses that you have now. You had your attorney and COO.
CFO.
Oh, CFO, would that be Chief Financial Officer? You had them here.
My house.
The accountant, you got him for an accountant? Oh, I was in your corner. But see, you have a chance, you have the foundation to literally make an impact on the world. So I want to see you do it. Congratulations. I wish I could go with each one of you and talk to you about where you are in life, and especially where you are in this company, because let me tell you, almost every dream you have needs to be funded.
Yes.
Now that, I didn't get many amens out of that.
Yeah.
Every dream that you can dream, it just seems like the only thing that keeps it from happening is money.
That's right.
We can solve that money problem. See, we can take people who need to read every chapter and put them together in your book. We need to take that and let people be able to say, oh, I can make some money doing this. I can fund it. And some of you have dreams that are much, much bigger than I could ever see inside. Don't tell me that you don't have dreams. See, don't tell me you didn't have a special time in your life where it may have been at somebody's funeral. It may have been where you were just laying out in the grass in the backyard looking up at the moon and the stars and saying, boy, this thing, God, that you made is big. It is really big. And for you to take time out to talk to me, each one of you know what I'm talking about. And it's much bigger than what we're doing. And sometimes we put those dreams on the shelf. And we put those dreams back as well, and just, I was mistaken. No, you wasn't. No one can do that from where I'm at. No, they can't. Well, I'm a single mom with 5 kids and I don't have a house. I can't. No, that doesn't matter. See, I can go back 14 years ago when I met Juliet, a single mom sleeping in her car. Now, a multimillionaire funding her dreams like you would not believe. Just gave me a new passion. I got it here. I'm going to study it, how she's supporting this One Mission program. And instead of saying, well, I'm going to give $100 a month to that and they're going to love it, that they would love that.
Right.
She is able to say, what do you need to make this thing go? We had somebody I was just talking to this morning talking about this program. It was feeding children, feeding the needy. And they were talking about feeding thousands of them daily. And where we could just simply say, how much you need? See, here's what I'm saying. You may not go from Clark Kent to Superman instantly, but just like Coach is growing, I learned a lot of stuff just being here. So just like I'm growing every day, you grow every day, but today is going to be a giant step in that growth. Yeah. Today, I see you claiming Superman. Today, I see you claiming, and that's when it all begins, when you can get it right up here. So I am so proud to be here, Nick. I'm so proud of you and your team and the excitement that you bring to the team. My goodness, just when you stand up, I'm sitting on the edge of my seat. And I still am sitting there saying, he is going to say something. You have done such a wonderful, wonderful job. And I appreciate you being here. Now, here's what I want you to do. I'm going to do something with this team. I don't know what it'll be. A whole lot of it is going to depend on what you do, what I talked about last night. Okay? You go out and you do something outstanding with something that's outstanding, and I can take then and make the whole company. See, I could, if you do what you, see, this is what I'm saying. Coach is already thinking about what I can do with what you're gonna do,
Right.
and you haven't done it yet.
Right.
See, I'm planning something big in my life from the big things that are gonna happen from this group and from you going out. Today is going to be one of the greatest days of your life, and I just love it that you're here. It was meant to be.
Mm-hmm.
Go back and pick up that dream, get right up to date, and say, God, I'm ready now to accept that big thing you have for my life, and I'm stepping up to the plate, and we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. So anyway, Nick, is that about the amount of time I had?
Yes, sir.
Did I go over and have to go back and reclaim some?
Nope, you're good, Coach.
Okay.
But I'm excited to see you here.
I never do this, but now, well, I can't say it. I can't say what it is, but I had an emergency in my family. Is the reason Chris is not here. And it was very difficult for me to leave that emergency because it's very precious to me. And so I want to get back as quick as I can. And it kills, it just, I wish more than anything in the world I could be here for what you're going to be hearing today. I wished I could be here. But I got something in my family that needs me, so I'm going to see if I can't catch an earlier flight home. And you guys going to take me to the airport?
Yes, sir.
You're going to miss some goodies. Thank you.
Sometimes you'll make it to the airport.
Okay, let's go. Thanks a lot. We love you all.
It's on the left hand side.
Just again.
Where's his presentation?
Yeah, I just delete every animation and then take it.
Smile. Smile. Okay. All righty. Thanks so much for the book. I am going to do that 100-day series. Okay. I'll give you credit.
Thank you. One 15, 2 for 20. 15, 2 for 20. I was gonna say 10. Yeah, what you say? How much? 10 to 10, okay. For everything? 10. Okay. This one, Coach. Yeah. I'm not sure. You said 2. Okay. I'll be right back. You have split cash? For PayPal? You're gonna get one today? One, you can get one today?
Everything, yeah. I am, so I was asking him, in case no one has
She doesn't speak it.
cash. That's what I was asking him.
Oh, thank you, dear.
Oh, yeah, good idea. The toxic and the pink one, the one he did, that one. So those two top ones.
J-O-A.
Yeah, yeah, no.
I think I'll come back. This one is two.
Oh, okay.
G-E-L-A. You know, there it goes. As soon as you said, get ready to wait for them to go to pre-order. It's a blessing for me and also a blessing for them. I want to get it in my system. Get it in my system.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we ready? Oh, maybe not. Almost. We almost ready.
The other two.
We done?
The other two?
Yes.
Are we ready? Minor patient. Are we there yet? Well, that's good. Blue.
You can do that later. I'm in. Okay. This is, I've already paid for this one. But this
Oh.
goes. And that's right?
Thank you.
Okay, no further ado. Donnie's going to talk about how to write off right.
Right.
Right? Right.
Well, you know, that talk this morning that Coach gave was so amazing. I mean, you really think about life and you're either growing, you're trying to improve your life, improve the life of your families, and make a better life for everyone around you. And to me, that's why we're here. We have a passion for something. We want to improve our lives. We want to help people. And so when you hear people giving talks about that, it's so positive. And my passion, believe it or not, is to help people save money in taxes. You get a $10,000 check because you work so hard in your business, and then the government knocks on their door and says, hey, I want half. You're like, whoa, I worked so hard, and I'm only going to get paid for 6 months of work instead of 12? Well, let's try to be as tax efficient as possible, our business as a business, so that when the government says, hey, you made $10,000, instead of giving them half, I'm going to give them 10% or less or 15%. Either way, you have to do things a certain way to make sure that the government thinks you're a business, and if you are a business, then you get business deductions, aka write-offs. So just it's not going out there and start spending money so that you can have these write-offs. It's about shifting and changing the way you do things. You're a business, you conduct it in a business fashion, and certain things now become deductions because of it. So the first question the IRS will ask, and the IRS are not bad guys, they're just following with their protocol and the rules, and they have to ask this question: is this a business or is this a hobby? And the whole notion is the intent of making a profit. Now, everyone here is here to make money. So we've got this thing covered for the most part. We're here to make money. We're not here just to listen to Nick's bad jokes. We're going to do that some other place. But we're here to make money. So no matter what, you've got
majority of that issue covered. We want to make money. It's plain and simple. We're doing this to make money. So, somehow, one second. Well, it doesn't really want to show the animation, so we'll do it this way, don't worry. There are some formalities that the IRS says, well, if you're a business, you got to handle yourself as a business. So what that means is you need to have good accounting. You need to be organized. You need to document things. So you say, okay, I'll give you an example. I use my car for business. I drove here to give a presentation. That's a business expense. I don't document that, and if I don't have a log, which luckily for us, our software from Surge gives us a log to use on our phones, an app. If I don't use that log to document the way that I came here for business, guess what? The IRS is going to say, well, you didn't document it. How do I know you're driving here for business? You're not going to get the deduction. So you still have your car expense. You still pay for gas. So it's not like you're coming out more money. You're just shifting the way you document things. So your car, which used to be just an expense, is now a business deduction. So with that, you have to have accounting records. Now, you don't need to buy the most expensive accounting software out there. You know, you don't have to have this Fortune $500 accounting software. You just need to be organized. People use their computer, they may use Excel, or they may use QuickBooks, which is a software. Or they may just have a notebook and journal. As long as you're organized, and you have some sort of formal organization of how you keep track of your records, you're okay. You're okay. And you'll have that part of the piece when the IRS says, is this a business? Well, yes, I am. Here are my accounting records. Here are my formal business records. The second thing that the IRS says is, well, if it's a business, are you putting in any time into this? Well, yes, of course we're all putting time into this. We're here now. We're spending the whole weekend putting time into it, learning. We're going out there making phone calls. We're posting things on social media to attract clients and customers. We're talking to people. We're having meetings. Well, then the IRS says, well, show me your records that you're doing this. Wait a second, I didn't write anything down. I didn't keep track of anything. Well, a business owner would keep track of what they're doing to see what makes profit and what doesn't. So a second part that the IRS looks at is how much time and effort are you putting in your business? Well, imagine if the IRS asked you that and you said, here's my time log. Everything that I do is documented here. On January 1, on January 2, 8 to 8:30, I did this. On January 5, 9 to 12, I did this. And you add up the amount of hours you spend there, and let's say it's 500 hours, let's say it's 1,000 hours. That's a business. That's not going playing golf on the weekend as a hobby. That's a business. You're spending that much time and effort into that where you could be working. That's a business. So you need to document it as such. And you ask me, okay, Don, you asked me to document this and that. Is it hard? No. It's just changing the way you do things. Just think of it as something as part of your business, staying organized, protecting yourself, protecting your business, and helping it grow. And at the same time, okay, yeah, you're getting the tax deduction, but you're also looking at, wait a second, I spent 8 hours, 15 hours doing this, and I didn't generate anything from it. Now, as a business owner, you're going to say, well, I'm not going to do that again. I'm going to do something else. I spent 8 hours here, and I made X amount of dollars doing this. Now you're using your accounting records, your business records, as a way to conduct better business. And you meet the next qualification of the IRS. Are you looking at your records and improving what you're doing? Are you trying to make a profit? You've lost money this year, but now you're making money next year. That's a key indicator of a business owner. So the IRS looks at these things and says, okay, are you a business owner or are you not? And so just changing the way you do things to make that happen. Okay, so real simple, how are business owners taxed? When you're an employee, you get a paycheck, and the employer usually holds taxes from that paycheck, and they give it to the government. And so when you file your tax return, the taxes are already taken out. Maybe you got paid a little, maybe you get some money back here and there. When you're a business owner, no one's holding that taxes, and you get money. So you have to pay taxes on your net income. So what is net income? Well, it's your business income less your business expenses, and keep it simple, it's cash coming in less cash you've paid out for expenses, for the most part. So that profit, you pay tax, and there's two taxes on that profit for a business owner. There's ordinary income tax, which is your tax brackets, as everyone says. That's, hey, I'm in 15%, I'm in 10%, I'm in 20%. That's your income tax. And then there's the nasty little self-employment tax. As a business owner that's active in their business, they've got to pay self-employment tax. When you're an employee, you see Social Security, Medicare taken out of your paycheck. When you're a business owner, you have to pay it yourself. So it's self-employment tax. So let me give you an example. You made $10,000 in net income in 2017. Ordinary tax, you pay $2,000. Your self-employment tax is $1,500. The total tax you paid is $3,500. So for every 10 grand, you only kept $6,500. Let's find out a way to make it efficient so that you can help reduce those numbers. So let's start with the basics. So gross revenue, it's a very technical term. It's really cash coming in. How much are you coming in? That's your total amount of money received. Now, usually you'll get a form, a document that comes to you that says 1099 miscellaneous, that has the amount of money you made from the entire year that someone gave you. What if you don't get this document? Do you still need to report the income? The answer is yes. That is still your income. You still got to report it, whether you get a piece of paper or not. This is your total sales. So that's the part you can't control except for making more sales. So that's good. That's a good side of it. What's most important, what everyone came here to hear is, well, I don't want to pay tax on everything, all the money that came in. I want to be able to have business deductions. Well, every single business has operating deductions. Every single business. There are expenses associated with making money. And the IRS says those expenses just have to be ordinary and necessary to your business. Ordinary, which is in the trade that you're in. We're in travel. That's our trade. And necessary. Hey, something I need to benefit my business, to grow my business, to better my business, to be able to do my business. So again, it's not about business write-offs, are not about going out there and spending more money. Now that I've got a business, I'm just going to go spend way more money. No. It's about changing some of the expenses that you currently have and making them from personal expenses into business expenses by documenting things right, organizing things right. So let's go through a bunch of expenses, and then we'll talk about questions, and just interrupt if you have questions as we go through this, because this is the heart of it. This is where you're going to be able to save money on your taxes. So let's talk about auto expenses. So right now, as I mentioned, I drove here to give this presentation, and you guys a lot of you drove here, or maybe you took vehicle somehow, got here. Well, let's say you drove here. Have a car, you're paying auto expense anyways, and right now if you're not a business owner, you're not deducting that. But when you become a business owner, which all of you are, because we're here to make money, you get to deduct simply 53.5 cents per mile. Let's say I drive 10,000 business miles, that's $5,350 of deductions, which equates to $2,000 of tax savings. That means if you didn't document this and you didn't have a mileage log and if you didn't write this down, you're going to pay the government $2,000 more than you really should have. Talk to business owners and they say, yeah, you know, I'm writing off things. I'm maximizing my taxes, this is what they mean. They've just converted a normal everyday expense for them into a business deduction. They didn't go out there and spend more money. They have the car. They just converted it into a business deduction. So the takeaway is have a mileage log. I don't care if it's as simple as writing it down, or you can go to the dollar store and buy a mileage log. They have pre-made mileage logs, or you can use TaxBot. And it does it for you.
Yeah.
You just plug it, you turn it on and you go somewhere and it keeps track of the miles, say business or personal. So it's very important. And I like to say what I'm doing. I like the who's and the what's. What I'm doing, who's it with, no one can then ask the question. So that's the takeaway. Have a mileage log. You can say, 10,000 miles is, a lot of people drive 10,000 miles for business, and you get to save $2,000 off your taxes, roughly. There's a whole nother way of writing off your auto. This is simpler. The other way is your actual costs, and then you do a percentage of business. Mileage is usually simpler. Let's go make money and keep it simple on the expenses. Okay, so cell phone. How many people here have a cell phone? I see everyone. Everyone now has to have a cell phone. Okay, so if I didn't own a business, I'm an employee, I'm getting a paycheck, I pay my cell phone bill, and great, I paid it, money out. I'm a business owner, people calling me on my cell phone. I use my cell phone 80% for business, and 20% when my wife says, go pick up your daughter. But 80% I use it for business. If I use my cell phone 80% for business, then now I'm shifting 80% of my cost of my cell phone from a personal expense to a business deduction. So I'm not going out there buying a new plan. I'm just changing the way I'm doing it. So what does the IRS say? How do I do this? Save all your bills. The IRS wants documentation. Now, you can either scan it, you can hold it in a folder, whatever, organize it, and say, this is my cell phone bill. I always ask people to take it one step further. Go through 1 month, and maybe it's the month that you have your most phone calls for business. But go through that month and write down every phone call that was for business. Maybe it's 70%. Well, you know what? You don't have to go through every phone call for the year. Use that as your average. Now you just converted 70%. Now I use an example. Let's say my phone bill is $100 a month. 80% of it I use for business. That's $80 a month that I'm writing off. That could save me $300 in taxes. So you see how these things start adding up if you're doing it right. Question?
You don't get itemized bills anymore. So how do you document that?
Well, if you don't get itemized bills, what I would try to do is do your best judgment, do your best guess. I mean, if you take 100% of your cell phone and say it's purely business, unless you have a separate line, the IRS is going to say, no way. So be practical about it. But if you can get an itemized bill, do the 1 month. If you can't, be practical about it. You know how much roughly you use it for business.
So they can buy if they want to.
Like if you don't have an itemized bill? Well, as long as you're practical about it, typically they just want to see that you have a bill. And with the collective totality of what you do in your business with the rest of your documentation, so maybe we can't document this, but we can document everything else. Our records, everything's well organized. I spend 500 hours on this business a year. Obviously, if I spend 500 or 1,000 hours on this business a year, I'm making phone calls. So obviously some major percentage of my time is going to be on the phone. So you have to use a practical approach. And if you're practical, typically the IRS is okay with it. Again, if you're going 100% on everything, they're going to say there's no way. There's no way. Okay, so those auto and cell, two big ones. Oh, question.
I was just gonna say, if you create an account with your cell phone provider,
Yes.
just print them online.
Yes, that's true. You can do that. And sometimes when people have computers, instead of printing them, they just want to save it in folders, which is fine too. You can save it in folders. Just the takeaway is be organized. All right, let's go to the next one, home office. Oh, wait, we have a question over there.
Now, say you're like some people who have not been keeping track of your receipt, or is there any way that you can go back on your statements and somehow find
Keep
it
track
out?
of it? Well, it's not preferred. So let's say you use a credit card, right, for paying for stuff, and you write down on that monthly credit card statement, lunch with Nick Pagano. He bought, so I had to write. It's not as preferred. The IRS wants to see the receipts. So get into the habit of saving the receipts.
Is that the same thing that applies with the tax spot in terms of mileage? So like we drove here, this is a business trip. So we're entering that information in our phone. So it's being tracked. But
Right.
although, is there something else on top of that we have to provide additional proof?
Well, I think there's somehow you can get your report from TaxSpot that says, yeah, business versus personal, and that's good enough. Now, what I also have is, I don't know about you, but everything that I do is on my calendar, is on my phone.
Okay.
So somewhere on my phone calendar says, meeting here for business owners at this time, at this place. So now, not only do I have my mileage log, I have my calendar as verification that I'm a business owner and I'm meeting here.
Okay.
So that's your support. I mean, Nick?
So many people here flew and are staying in a hotel room. I don't know if we're gonna get to that in the next slide.
Sure, we will.
Okay.
Just to answer Nick's question, if you flew here and you stayed in a hotel, as much as I know everyone likes Detroit and want to travel here, if you flew here and came here for this business, that's a deduction. And that's probably the easiest thing to prove. You got an agenda. It's on my phone. I can print that. Right, Nick? We all got an agenda. And I bought an airplane ticket. There's a conference booked here. That's a business expense. You're learning. You're coming to a conference.
So, and I think one of the most important things about this is to save your receipts and keep your receipts. I've been doing this for a number of years now, and I have envelopes that I keep those receipts in, and I have them dated and for the month, say January of each year, and I keep that, and we have to keep ours for 7 years.
Yes.
So every 7 years I go back and
Throw one away. And that is a fantastic method. Again, it's not a Fortune 500 accounting software. It's envelopes. Save them different category, different month. The who's and the what's. That's what you got to remember doing it. And now you just converted a travel expense that if you didn't document, that was coming out of your personal, now you converted it into a business deduction. And you just save money on your taxes. So we just talked about, 2 ways. We save $2,500 right away there. Home office. So let's say you're doing a lot of your work on your computer, in your office, or on your desk, in your little office, however you do it. So you've got this dedicated space for our business. The IRS allows you to take a deduction. There's 2 ways to do it. There's a simplified method. They came out with this a couple years ago because everyone's saying, hey, IRS, it's so hard for us to keep track of everything. Can you make a simple method? Simple method is $5 per square feet. So let's say I use 300 square feet for my office. I mean, maybe it's 100, whatever it is. But let's just say I use 300 square feet for my home office. Got my computer there, got my printer, I got phones, my files, my records. That's really my main area. Well, $5 per square feet, 300 square feet is $1,500 deduction. And right there you save another $500 on your taxes. You see how it can add up if you do it right. Yeah. Now that is one area, as long as you have that space and it's dedicated, you don't really have to document it. It's there. It's a simple method. The other way is the actual method. That's a percentage of your home, or you can take the total square feet. Say I use 100 square feet out of 1,000 square feet. So 10% of all your home costs, utilities, rent, mortgage, whatever the payments are, taxes, 10% of that would be deductible. So there's the home office. Now, the home office has always gotten a bad rap for being a red flag for the IRS for an audit. The simplified method, since that came in, has changed a lot of that. So if you have a business, you've documented your hours, you've documented what you're doing, and you're out there, and you're following kind of accounting records in the formal process, well, you can take the simplified method, and usually there's no problem. So.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I work from home
Mhm.
for my JLD.
Yeah.
We already get to claim like square footage for
Right.
office and
Right.
stuff and things like that. So do I need to decide either or?
Well, yeah, typically how I do that is I think, okay, what is it primary? If my business is primary, I'd like to use it for business. And the good thing about a business owner is it's a better deduction as opposed to an employee.
Okay.
If you're an employee, it's called an itemized deduction, which goes with charitable and mortgage and doesn't apply off of the state of Michigan taxes. But if you're a business owner, it comes off the top. So it's always better if you can try to utilize a deduction as a business deduction.
As a business owner, you have an actual office and building?
Yeah.
And do you have both home office and an actual office?
If you have a separate business, you can.
Okay.
I have a CPA firm. It has an office. That firm is deducting that rent. I'm just joined Surge. Hopefully I'll follow the footsteps. And I'm going to use a home office, a smaller room in mine, to deduct that. Separate business. But again, make sure you document all the other, if you have a separate JOB, if you have a separate business, document how much time you're spending on this company too. Because they're going to say, well, are you treating it like your other business? Your other business has accounting records, it has calendaring, here you're not. Maybe it's a hobby, maybe it's not, you're really not in that business. So really track that, it's important. Okay, travel, we're in the travel. We go to seminars, that's deducted, we talked about that. Any business expense for that, any conference, any education. Maybe you want to come from Australia here. Those are deductions, those are travel, those are important. Now, you're in the travel industry. So there's a little bit of a difference here where someone who is an accountant going to travel versus someone who's in the industry. Now, certain accountants have taken the position, well, if there's an element of personal, you shouldn't deduct. Well, the IRS has rules that says if there's an element of personal, maybe you can deduct partial. So think about that. When we talk about the practical aspect of things, 100% of your cell phone, maybe not. Travel, think about the elements. But the most important takeaway with that is document why you're going. Create a business plan. We're going here for this. I'm taking this trip to White Sands because I want to be able to tell and create a guide for all my clients who are going to go there that this is what you need to do when you go there. Don't order this food, order that food. Don't go on this excursion, order that one. I've just created a guide for my customers, and that's going to help them when they go there. And because they're so happy with it, they're going to come back and they're going to use me again as their agent.
Mm-hmm.
So now you've documented a business plan and why. So that's important to do. It's important to put this together. You could say, okay, I'm not going to do anything, but then, you know what? It's still a personal expense. If you do these things, you've shifted that expense that you would normally pay into a business expense. Okay, there's more. And we talked about lunch or meals and entertainment. What if I could tell you could go to the Pistons game, or go out to lunch, and you can still write it off as a business expense. So you can go to watch the Pistons and get a business expense out of it. If I can tell you that, would you take me? If not, at least get a business deduction out of it. So I went to lunch with Nick. And so what I do is I take the receipt and I say, who and what? And I write on that receipt, business lunch with Nick Pagano, discussed upcoming event. And there you go. Now my lunch that I was going to buy anyways has been converted into a business lunch and a deduction and a tax savings. So it's not going out there. I'm not just going to go out there and spend more money. I was going to buy lunch anyways. Now it's a business lunch. So, and business lunches, or these types of meetings, entertainment, Pistons game with colleagues, teammates, clients, customers, is a great way to build a relationship. So the IRS understands that. They say, yeah, of course. Business is conducted on this golf course every day. It's a great way to build a relationship. You should still get a deduction. Now, the catch with the IRS is you only get half of it. They say, no matter what, if the Pistons were good, it'd be entertainment, and you're enjoying some personal aspect of that entertainment, so you only get half of it. So, but still track the whole thing. Don't track half of it, and then when you prepare your tax return, you take another half off of it. Track the whole thing. It's a business expense. Okay, so other things, marketing, networking events, advertising. Maybe there's ways that you want to market that cost some things. Track it, keep the invoices. Make sure you're organized.
Okay, so having been in the travel business for a long time, it was always leave business cards.
Yes.
Do property inspections when we should be at the house. We just
Right.
did a 2,700-mile trip,
Yep.
road trip, and that's what I was doing along the way.
Yep, that's fantastic. So before you left, you had this plan. I'm going to do this trip. Obviously, you had to have a plan to know where you're going. As a part of that, I have this plan of why I'm doing this, and I'm documenting it, and this is what I'm doing. And that becomes a business reason to do it. Now, the reason why is because when my client says to me, hey, I want to go in this area, where should I stay? I don't know. No, I do know, because now I'm educated in that area. So it's very important. So it's a little bit of paperwork, as they say, beforehand. Could save you a lot of money in the back. So other things, dues, rent, education, legal, accounting, all that is deductible. So just make sure you track everything.
When you say rent, is that the full year because you're running the business for a year?
Okay, so again, the home office, if you pay rent, you have that two methods. You have the simplified, which is just $5 per square foot, or you take a percentage of your total, apartment size or home size. So let's say you have a 1,000 square foot apartment, 100 of that is used as business home office. You get 10% of your rent as a deduction.
What about mortgage?
So mortgage, it would be a home office. So if you got a home office, you got a dedicated space, you could take a percentage of your mortgage interest, based on the square footage. Again, you can do the actual cost and take it as a deduction. And the good thing with mortgage interest is the remaining of it will go as a itemized deduction, Schedule A.
Interest or not? Mortgage.
Not the principal, no. The principal is a loan payment, a repayment, just the interest. Question?
If you have a home office,
Yes.
if you're relocating, can you claim moving expense?
It depends how far you're relocating, and it depends on what you're moving. So just a pure move for a new business, if it's beyond 50 miles, there's some technical rules on that, then you can do the full move. But if it's just a local move, you can take a percentage of your moving expense. I'm moving my desk, my files, my records. You can take a small percentage of that, or some percentage of it.
But if it's a total
If it's a total relocation, I moved from California back here to start a company. There are some rules on how long I got to stay here after, but that is a deduction.
I just lost. So say for example, oh, just lost it. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Come back.
Okay.
I've got. We'll be there. You're okay. Yep. Okay. So here are my takeaways. This is very important. Documentation, documentation, and documentation. They're going to come in, if an IRS audits, they're going to say, show me your documents. And if you say, what documents, you're in trouble. So make sure you say all your documents. Yeah.
Okay, I remember. Besides tax bonds that we're supposed to keep track of
Mileage.
income, mileage,
Yeah, all
cents, and all that. Is there a software that you can recommend that can kind of teach us or show us how to, like for example, for me, I like to do stuff myself. You know, I'm not a specialist or anything, but I like to learn.
Yeah.
Is there a software that you will recommend to show you the proper way to do this yourself?
Well, the documentation side, it's not really a software, that's more just organization.
Yeah.
Right? So, again, let's go back to the example they had envelopes. Fantastic way to keep organized. So, or people scan them and put them in different bowls. So, yeah.
The software is not going to help you. It's not going to teach you what to do. It's
Right.
tool you can use to help you organize.
Correct. The software helps you organize all your records into one thing. Now, for example, all my receipts for lunches from January in a folder, February in a folder, March in a folder, I got to add it up, right? I got to add up everything.
Yeah.
And then every month I got to total it. If you have an accounting software, you enter it once for that, whatever you did that day, I entered it.
Mm-hmm.
And then it adds it up and totals it and summarizes it for you. You can see trends, and Mark can teach a whole class on the cash flow.
I think that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So if you have like a busy business day, right?
Yep.
You went to lunch with Nick.
Yep.
You went to the game.
Yep.
Got a meal.
Yep.
You drove to a location.
Right.
You parked in a garage. Like all those receipts have to connect. It can't just be one general receipt to say, okay, well, I had a lunch meeting and this took place.
Well, you could have one form that says, okay, this was my day and this is what I did, and staple the receipt behind it, all those receipts behind it.
Because I had the experience, I was under the impression that, I learned valuable lesson this year with the government, but I was under the impression that your credit card statements was sufficient enough, and I learned this year that without those receipts, the credit
How are
card
they gonna
statements
know?
mean nothing.
It's the who's and the what's, because let's say I go to Target and I buy a bunch of things at Target and it's on my credit card and I said office supplies. If it really wasn't my office supplies, the IRS is going to come back to me. I mean, because they're just maybe they're a little cynical and that's part of their job. They're going to come back to me and say, "How do I know it's not clothes?"
Right.
I say, "Well, if you look at my wardrobe." But how are you going to know, right? So keep the receipts, itemize it, and have a system. Okay. Yeah. I tell you, I do have other clothes.
I'm just curious because so somebody didn't let me know that we couldn't win film.
Oh, somebody.
So I had to do it. So because you
Yeah.
So I had to make you spend $20. So
I want to shop with them. Yeah. Yeah. But we're going to Walmart. That type of clothing is not going to fly. It's not going to fly. If I got to buy a tie or a shirt, someone wants me to think that I'm smart and look like I'm smart, the IRS is going to say, look, you can wear that day to day. I'm sorry. If you're buying a uniform, like you've got to use it in some other profession. Let's say I got to buy construction, something that will protect me. You can do that. But, yeah, that is something you can do though. You can buy a shirt and maybe it has your team and emblem. That's marketing. Question.
If you are
do that be mileage and you're using tax bond for that purpose, do you have to also pay gas receipts or
No,
the mileage?
just the mileage itself. And you, again, I like to have my calendar that has everything on it, including swimming class, so all those things. I think it's very important. Yep.
Really small question, I think I know the answer to this. So what about an actual car rental? For example, we drove here, we used the tax spot to track the mileage, but when we got our car, we have a rental.
So you can do one of two things. You can either keep the mileage or you can keep the rental. Most people would just go for the expense because you're traveling. So it's like a travel expense. You keep the rental expense and gas. So you have
Rental and gas
yeah,
or mileage?
correct.
Okay, do all.
Yeah, you don't do both. You can't do both.
Even with your personal vehicle?
Personal vehicle, same thing.
Okay.
It's either the actual costs, which are gas, maintenance, car wash, all those things, and car payment, and so you take a percentage of your business use of that, or mileage.
Okay.
Now, it may be more, but I've always liked the simple feeling of it's just I'm going to track my mileage. There's an app for it. Makes it easier for me.
So if you, let's say you use your car 7 times you think there's more members.
Sure.
And I mean, it's just talking about it, but if you're brakes on that car, oil changes on that car.
You get one or the other.
That all becomes big money.
Yeah.
But that's not, beneficial to track all of that. You get more money.
Sure. If you can track all of that, it's usually better. But from a simplification standpoint, maybe you're still going to have to track your mileage because you still got to know your percentage use, business versus personal. So sometimes people say the hassle of tracking all of that side of it is much easier for me just to, I'm going to track my mileage anyways, go with mileage and get 53.5 cents per mile. So it really depends. If you want to, yes, you could. I have a big repair, I've got oil changes, maintenance, car payment. It could add up real fast. And it could be more than mileage. And that would be better. But you got to see, the trade-offs. Mileage, you're going to have to track.
We're talking about car payment.
That's correct. Okay, so if you're car payment on a loan, you take your full total price of that car, and what happens is you depreciate it over time. So it's kind of a tax calculation of depreciation. They say over a certain amount of years, you're going to get a percentage of your car based on your business use. If it's a lease, you take that payment and you take your percentage, business use of it. So there's little nuances between the two. So it's important. That's a good point. Okay, so we said documentation. We said organization. No matter what system you have, envelopes, scanning, folders, you just have to do it. It's got to be part of your business. You're a business owner, so conduct it as a business. Save all your receipts. Make yourself audit-proof. Save them. It's hard, I know. Some people take pictures. Some people scan them. Just save them. Put them in an envelope, and I've got them all. The who's and what's on the receipts. Lunch with Nick Pagano. Discuss upcoming event. Pistons game with Donnie. Discuss ideas to market. Write it down. Who's and the what's. Organize the meal. Organize your receipts. Use your calendar. Support it with your calendar. You imagine the IRS audit says, here's my mileage log, here's all my receipts, and here's my calendar matching everything. They're going to say, okay, bye. I'm not going to waste my time. I'm out. And that has happened. We have people who are that organized, and they say, wow, that's good.
I know they say that you can't buy one.
Yeah.
You use that as an entertainment with your leaders.
Mm-hmm.
Going away and having
Right.
Can you then deduct like the realization?
Sort of a percentage. There's always a personal element in that. So it's a percentage that you probably could do, depending on how much you use it. Most of the time, the IRS would say, what's a fair rental for that amount, for that use? And that may be easier deduction. But the travel there, too, you could.
Promotional gifts.
Okay, so promotional gifts, like Give me an example, like a mug or something, or?
No. A lot of times, and it's even tailored. Let's say my elderly kids, I'll send them a card. I might do, a traditional birthday card or
Yep.
something. I'll do a gift card, and I'll actually put a business card.
Yes, okay, so promotional gifts.
And the reason why I do that, my aunts are not going to, but their children and their grandchildren, and they'll say, don't forget, if we're gonna do something, here's Ann's card, here's
Right.
on her site.
Yeah.
That's their
Right,
reminder.
right, it's a way of marketing.
So I take a picture
Yep.
of that, but am I supposed to be writing that down as well?
Yes,
Okay.
you should. So you bought a gift card to give to your customer, your client, your referral partner, whoever you need. The IRS allows you to deduct up to $25 per person.
Oh, okay.
So you know your limits, try to stay on those limits. And then you have to document. My customer, great person, I wanted to buy them $25 gift card at Starbucks. Here you go. I bought it. Thank you for doing business with me. Enjoy the coffee. I'm glad. Or you buy them something that I know you're going on this upcoming trip. Take this. It's going to be great where you're going. And it's got your logo on it. Yep. Well, it's 25 per person, but you can do it however many people you want to.
When we give someone a courtesy restaurant.com gift card,
Right.
that $100 only costs $11.
You can write out that $11 and say, you know what, I was thinking of you. Thank you for buying. Thank you for buying that, booking that cruise with me. Here's something for you.
How often?
Per person?
Yeah.
Well, typically it's per year, per person per year.
So I can't give Nick that gift card every month.
No.
Sorry, Nick.
Yeah.
So, we can obviously go into numerous
Yes.
questions.
Yes.
Yes. So,
Wait, one
One
last
more.
thing. This is it. Here's what I try to tell business owners to simplify their life. Use a separate bank account. Try to use, if you have a credit card, use a separate credit card for your business, a bank account. Yes, keep all your receipts, but at least you got one place to kind of track everything in that one account. If you're using multiple cards, multiple accounts, and you got to hunt things down, it's going to be a nightmare.
Yes.
So the one thing to remember is try to use one separate bank account, one separate card, if you can. If not, don't worry about it, but that helps.
Okay, so I have a couple more questions, and then we need to know how to get a hold of you. But at what point in your search business should you think about moving from getting checks individually to getting checks into a company name?
Okay, so Nick has asked me, okay, what point do you really want to incorporate and go that route? To me, there's a cost of incorporation. If you're going to form an LLC, it's not much, but there's still an annual cost of doing that. So my thought is, once you have regular checks, and once you have, you feel like, okay, this is it. I feel like I've got enough in here to kind of stabilize and make everything work. That's when you really want a company. If you've got a lot of people's, a lot of team members, and they're selling travel for you, and things are going on, they've got people selling travel for you, you may at that point say, well, you know what? I want everything out of my personal name. I don't want people to know that I'm here. I want them to know my company, and I want to be branded, and I want to have a company that does it. That's kind of the point.
Yeah, I did. I switched mine over to a DBA just to avoid the confusion with
Perfect.
the IRS.
Yeah.
Because again, like you said, starting out, you have expenses coming from different accounts
Right.
and trying to keep track of all that information. So everything just goes now into the business account, which just makes it more easier now to be organized.
And a DBA is a way to get your name off of it, and it's a way to get a brand.
Right.
So it's pretty good, pretty easy. Yep.
At what point does IRS recognize you from a hobby to an actual business?
Well, part of that is even day one, you can be an actual business as long as you follow those formalities. I'm a business owner, I'm keeping records. I'm a business owner, I'm looking at what's working, what's not. I keep those formalities, I'm writing my time, and then they're going to say yes. Now, if you're spending 10 hours a year on this and your day job is for the 2,000 hours, I say, are you really forming a business? No, but if you're spending 500 hours because you're really trying to make profit, we're all here to make money. So 50% of the game is the IRS can't even talk about. We're here to make money. Then, and if you document it right, you're a business from day one. But if you show profit in a year, as a practical answer, if you show profit in a year, it goes a long way. So,
Donnie, can you tell us how to get a hold of you? Are you open for phone calls?
I'm open for phone calls. I've got business cards here,
Okay.
so I'll just pass
Okay,
the stack
we're
here.
gonna-
You guys can pass it around. and
We're gonna take a
pass the stack here.
10-minute bathroom break before Tashana comes up. And so we're gonna take a 10-minute bathroom break. If you have questions for Donnie, please inundate him. If you wanna go to the restroom, they're behind me. Ladies to the right, men straight ahead. And we'll be back here to watch and talk to Tashana in 10 minutes.
Oh, thank you.
Presentation? No, I just want to get on YouTube right quick.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'll take it. On
Yeah.
Facebook Live this week, and what a phenomenal woman you are. So I don't know, but
Most you would want.
because I need stuff.
Home and business just as well. Maybe even this year because it's easier to use. Just
And it lets you know each item that you need to. That's what
No,
I'm
it won't tell you what to do. It will help you. But if you use it, you can think of it like remember the old style of checkbooks where you had to register and wrote everything down. Think of it like a electronic register that you can use. You can use to record everything. You can put.
Okay, that was so smart. Hey, can I use your logo for my presentation if you don't mind?
How much did I do?
I want it back.
And still save the receipts. I do it.
That was so smart.
So I got all my receipts for June in an envelope that says June.
That's doing your business.
Why?
And life happens at the end of the year.
See, I'm one of these guys, I mean, I'm an accountant, so I check my way too. I'm one of these guys that they put me to audit, they're gonna go away because I've got all the receipts and so I'm gonna have to report everything. So we're gonna look at the first couple, it's like, okay.
And that's what it was to me too. They didn't give me all mine because
Give me that one too.
because I love to read. And they're like, it didn't add up. So I'm like, okay, it is what you want. And I know what to answer. Why? So they can give me back my money. But they took everything. They are looking to put because I really just need something to cover so I can be aware of what I need to look for.
No,
Oh, okay. Yes.
I have them.
Yes.
And they have a level version of QuickBooks. They've got one for.
Well, one is
home
mine,
and
and I just.
They got one for home and business, so
But
it's
you
set
have
up to
others
track
that
more
want
than
the second
home.
piece, and
You
they're
can use
also.
it for business type things as well. But none of
I
them.
have my money in the board. Do you take debit
It's
cards?
gonna help you
Yes, they have it
organize
sold out.
yourself.
But if you can go on LetitiaNicole.com.
Okay, you can be Facebook friends, okay.
I'll send it as soon as I can go.
Okay, that'll work, that'll work. It'll work, how are you?
No, you go ahead and do you. I'm good. You'll be here and I'll be here.
I'm curious as to why you did 100 days.
Well, it took me 100 days to get my mind together. I'm learning some things. We go very strict hours in my life, my career, my life,
So that was 100 days mark that you woke up on the 100th day and said,
I saw my body transforming my whole life. I was my job was so stressful.
yeah, I will see.
What is it, bonusing with my job? Relationships, and all my friends, you know, and instead of having different and you're gonna hear it when I say that. It's the subconscious, well, the unconscious and the conscious. And read up. Yeah, you already know, but the subconscious is what guides you through your life, because when you keep remembering, you're repeating over and over again. So you have to self-consciously yourself is that's not true. So you have to sit down and I did start waking up and tell myself, see each other when it's just because you allow yourself to understand one. You put yourself in a state of pressure.
I lived in a marriage for 41 years.
Those toxic habits, now I have to transfer changing the
Now you have a little bit.
So this is the first thing.
Yeah, no. You don't hear anymore.
I have more than this, and I just sold my last one of these, but you can purchase right off my website at petitionco.com.
Okay, and do they, and then you just send them
out.
I know that scenario. I authored the book on The Chosen Career and Cruising. I don't know if you've heard about that.
You don't post it until you're
Because I came through the whole field.
I just mixed company. Then I feel like my credit card would be on.
Back when I was getting paid for it. But then I had to take a YTV out of it, for various reasons when we moved on. And so I re-authored under a chosen career, everything related to the and so essentially, did you go through Market Publisher or Create Space or?
This one is through Create Space. These are in Barnes & Noble. But because this is Create Space, you couldn't go in Barnes & Noble.
I did Create Space too.
But they're all from the same publisher.
And how much are they? You said you've got these.
Yeah, I have more than these. And they're $10 a piece.
Okay, these are 10 a piece, and this is 14 to order that.
It will be $14.99.
Okay, all right, plus postage? Yeah. You mean, like, double, yeah, okay. Well, I'll take these two today. On this one, I was gonna say, would you want to trade both? You know, we give you one of mine, which I don't have one with me, but we could do, yeah, I'll send you information.
And this text.
Okay. All right, cool. All right. Carol. C-A-R-O-L. C-A-R-O-l. O-L. And then capital L.
No, my son.
My journey took me to the Holy Land. And when I went there praying for peace. And I laid it at the bowl. And I came back writing poetry. And I published, ended up being led to various composers around the country, and I ended up publishing an 18-song CD inside the country. Almost everything's in that journey. And it, you know, I mean, I'm sure I've only been through a portion of what you go through, because I have the molestation of the abuse. And so I try to get probably many of us you know, have never expressed when I went to the Holy Land, I made a lot of kids' modeling class. I was saying, and they suggested if you build something or make something, as you're going through one of those stages in your life, you get to the other side if you'll, you know, demonstrate what I'm saying. So I took this little model clay and put 4 different colors on it and left the top off of it to put all the stuff I didn't like myself, about myself, into the pyramid, put the top on.
Are you ready for next?
Yes. And so I did that, and it became first.
Okay, so are we all ready?
Joy, hope, love, and
Trying to be prompt. No? Okay. I already know. If you want, I can go play golf outside if you'd rather. I'll be a guy. No, I haven't yet. Okay, so are you guys ready?
Yes.
Shauna, just talk to those 2 people right there. Don't worry about nobody else. Just talk to the little. So if you have any tax questions, call Donnie. Everybody got his card if it wants it? Okay. So, it is my pleasure now to have Miss Deshauna Richardson, our newest director. Yeah. And I know she's kind of a pseudo director because she doesn't have her car. Yeah. 2 weeks to a car. And this is the 20th, you get your first $2,000.
Yay.
Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So you're going to talk about how to maximize your next 365 days. Okay. Deshauna Richardson.
In so awe of it all. I mean, I blinked
catches my eye, and then I'm here with you guys, and so I'm so blessed and so honored to be in your presence today. And Nick wants me to talk about how to maximize your next 365 days. But before you even maximize your next 365 days, there's something that's on the inside that has to come out. That's that dream that you have. That's that thing that you've been wanting to do, that you've been sitting on the shelf. And then it's your mindset. And so I wanted to end my presentation with this video, but I wanted to take you step by step on what I do on a daily basis so you guys can really see what I do behind the scenes, because all y'all know is, oh, she did something here, but what did she do? Because you never hardly see me doing travel parties, you hardly ever see me doing like weekly meetings, but my mind is in my mind, and there's something on the inside, there's a fire on the inside that burns on the inside of me that I just can't shake. But this video is what I listen to every morning when I get up. After I pray, this is the first thing that I listen to, so I wanted to share this with you guys.
I don't know what that dream is that you have. I don't care how disappointing it might have been as you've been working toward that dream. But that dream that you're holding in your mind, that it's possible. You already know that it's hard. It's not easy. It's hard changing your life. And in the process of working on your dreams, you are going to incur a lot of disappointment, a lot of failure, a lot of pain. There are moments when you're going to doubt yourself. You say, God, why is this happening to me? I'm just trying to take care of my children and my mother. I'm not trying to steal and rob from anybody. Why does this have to happen to me? For those of you that have experienced some hardships, don't give up on your dreams. There are rough times that are going to come, but they have not come to stay. They have come to pass.
Greatness is not this wonderful, esoteric, elusive, God-like feature that only special among us will ever attempt. It's something that truly exists in all of us.
It's very important for you to believe that you are the one. Most people, they raise a family, they earn a living, and then they die. They stop growing, they stop working on themselves, they stop stretching, they stop pushing themselves. Then a lot of people like to complain, but they don't want to do anything about their situation. And most people don't work on their dreams. Why? One is because of fear. The fear of failure. What if things don't work out? And the fear of success. What if they do it? I can't handle it. These are not risk takers.
You spend so much time with other people. You spend so much time trying to get people to like you. You know other people more than you know yourself. You study them. You know about them. You want to hang out like them. You want to be just like them. And you know what? You invest so much time with them, you don't know who you are. I challenge you to spend time by yourself.
It's necessary that you get the losers out of your life if you want to live your dream. But people who are running toward their dreams, life has a special kind of meaning.
When you become the right person, what you do is you start separating yourself from other people. You begin to have a certain uniqueness. As long as you follow other people, as long as you're being a copycat, you will never ever be the best copycat in the world. But you will be the best you can be. I'm telling you, you find your reality.
And everybody won't see it. Then everybody won't join you. Then everybody won't have the vision. It's necessary to know that you are an uncommon breed. It's necessary that you align yourself with people and attract people into your business who are hungry, people who are unstoppable and unreasonable, people who are refusing to leave life just as it is and who want more. The people that are living their dreams of finding winners to attach themselves to. The people that are living their dreams are the people that know that if it's going to happen, it's up to them.
If you want to be
more successful. If you have, if you start putting on the people, number two, I'm asking you to invest. Someone's opinion of you does not have to become your reality. That you don't have to go through life being a victim. And even though you face disappointments, you have to know within yourself that I can do this. Even if no one else sees it for me, I must see it for myself. This is what I believe. And I'm willing to die for it. No matter how bad it is, or how bad it gets, I'm going to make it. I want to represent an idea. I want to represent possibilities. And some of you right now, you want to be, you know, you want to go to the next level. You want to be a counselor, you want to be an engineer, you want to be a doctor. Listen to me. You can't get to that level. You can't get to the level economically where you want to be until you start investing in your mind. You got to read books. I'm telling you, I'm going to college. How dare you invest time? How dare you feel like? How dare you spend an hour getting to know yourself? When you become who you are, you become the person that you were created to be, designed to be. You become an individual. What you do is you take yourself and start separating yourself into a place where you like it anybody. That means you're not concerned about what you have. Because you're trying to grow, you're trying to get to the next level. I need you to invest in your mind, invest in your mind. If you still talking about it, if you still talking about your growth, you got not done it, just take the words. That you can make your parents proud, you can make your school proud, you can touch millions of people's lives, and the world will never be the same again because you came this way. You don't let nobody steal your dreams. After we face a rejection or a no, or we have a meeting and no one shows up, or somebody says you can count on me, and they don't come through. What if we have that kind of attitude because we possess? Nobody believes in you. You've lost again and again. Life's wrong, but you're still looking at your dream, reviewing it every day, and saying to yourself, it's not over until I win.
Come on now, how can it be? If you wake up and start your day like that, do you know what you're capable of doing for the next 23, 24 hours? When you start off, not even about your activity, it's about what's in your mind. And that's exactly what I did my first 30 days in the company. I already was in expectation that God was going to do something great into my life. I just needed that vehicle to allow me to be who God created me to be. See, for 12 years, I know everybody in here knows my story. Everybody knows my story. Everybody knows that I started in this company and I didn't have a home. I was homeless. I didn't have a vehicle to get to a weekly meeting, but I didn't allow my circumstances to change my future. And so I had a mindset every day. All I knew was that I couldn't allow another 12 years to go by just as I experienced. I couldn't do it. I couldn't afford to do it. And so I had to take an opportunity like Surge 365, and that was the best opportunity that I could ever take in my life. So my question to you guys, because I know we all have dreams. I know we all have goals. I know we all want to be a marketing director. But my question to you today is, does your activity match your goals? Because if your activity is not matching your goals, I'm sorry, you can't hear me? The question of the day is, does your activity match your goals? Because if it doesn't, then it's just a dream. And sometimes we sit on dreams for years, and they never come to pass because we never move. Faith without works is dead. I realized that day one. So when I came into business, I learned this business in the inbox on Facebook. Not one time did I go to YouTube to try to research. Not one time did I try to find anybody else in the business to see what they had done. All I knew was that the one that I'm talking to, she never showed me a big check or anything. She said, I'm here to help you. And you have Mr. Ghana that's here to help you. Raise your hand, Nakia Muhammad. He's here to help you. With leaders like that, see, Nakia Muhammad behind the scenes for the last year has been coaching me. See, some of you guys have listened to people that will navigate you to nowhere. I want to be around people that's going to take me somewhere, take me on the journey that I don't have to forget where I came from, but I don't have to return to that ever again. So we're going to talk about my first 365 days in this company. First of all, who's been in the company longer than 5 years? 10 years. 10, okay, y'all don't count. Because they're sorry. But 5 years. The person's been in the company for 5 years. Have you maximized every day that you've been in the business? Have you reached the goals that you wanted to reach since you've been in the business? A lot of people say, I need to see that. I need to teach your brain. See, it's not even in my brain. It's in my heart. I have a heart to win. I have a heart to help people, other people win. And because it's in my heart, it is true. See, I'm not just saying it. Number 5, she's already bonus for a $10,000 bonus. Number 7, thank God for all about numbers. Yeah. She's already bonus for $10,000. She's halfway. She's 50 to another $10,000. She just got her $10,000 bonus. They have set goals because we set the bar high. See, I didn't come in to play around. And I said, God, you send me the right people so I can show them what's been shown to me. And that's exactly what we've been doing. And so, y'all know that I love social media. I have about 80 to 85% of everybody that I've ever signed up came from social media. I don't know if I have a lot of time to get into social media because it's quite a bit, but I'll touch on it in a few. But when I joined this business, the very first thing that I did was I put a post on Facebook. It was simple. I noticed a lot of you guys make posts on Facebook, and it's like 1,000 words. People do not like to read. They came to Facebook to be nosy. They came to Facebook to see what we're doing, but they didn't come to Facebook to read a book, or they would have went to the library. Yeah. So I hit it with a one-hit thing. I'm looking for 7 senior partners to join me. I didn't say anything about her. I didn't say anything, but I made it a sense of, I needed them to feel like this was a sense of urgency, like it was just 7 people, and that was it. Guess what? I didn't even know that was before because I had somebody behind the scenes coaching me. That's the very first thing that you need to be is coaching. Renee said, put it up. I put it up with no hesitation. In a week, I had my first 7 senior partners. That triggered my first $1,290 holding. I didn't know what the senior partners were going to do. All I knew is she said, put it up and go do it again. Okay. Well, I went to work the following week after I received my first check, and I quit my job. I quit my job, and I was happy about it because I felt like, okay, if I just did this while rolling up hair, putting them up under the dryer, getting her on the freeway, stepping outside, I could do this so much quicker and again and again and again. So that's what I did. I quit my job. She wrote my check out. My last check was $132.50. So here I am. I'm excited, a mother of 5 children, and I feel already with my first check, my life is about to change. Because, hey, I was homeless, I was broke, and I needed some stability, and I went all in. So, my first 80 days was 365, a bonus of $50,000. And so that was this amazing accomplishment. And a lot of you ask me all the time, well, when are you hosting your next travel party? I am so effective on social media. It's crazy. So I just want to give you guys a little tidbit of what I do on social media. When I signed up my very first person, I created a private hub for my group. Day 1, the first partner, Team Vision, was born. I have daily activity in there. Katrina, I think she is in my group. Nakia Muhammad is in my group. Letitia, everybody in Team Vision, Team Breakthrough, y'all wave your hand. We set daily goals in there. And I don't do anything that, well, I don't allow them to do anything that I would do. If I say, hey, our weekly goal, our daily goal is 3 people per person, they take it serious. They take it serious. And for those that go above and beyond, we've created the SEALs group. The sales group is hardcore in there. We have read the book by Nick Pagano gave us called The Way of the Seal. I'm telling you, that's one of the best books that I've ever read in my life. It will mentally train you to go out and fight like a warrior. It will make you go out and fight stuff that you don't even think you're supposed to be fighting. Like you just want to kick everybody, get out of my way, get out of my way. I'm trying to get here, I'm trying to get here. And it changes everything because yes, you do want people to like you in this business day, but at some point you have to separate yourself. Because not only am I in the business is in me, and that's a major, major, major difference. And so they are not allowed to bring excuses in the group. I changed the group to what, Athena, one time?
Team no excuses.
Team no, because if you don't set the standard of the culture for your group, then they just gonna go crazy. They just gonna feel like, okay, well, I need $1,000 bonus. I'll come in and make some money, and then I'm out. No. There are daily goals, weekly expectations for your team, and that's exactly what we've done in Team Vision. So yeah, I changed the name of the group to Team No Excuses for about 2 months, and now they don't bring it. They don't bring it because if they can bring excuses to the group, they can. Why would you get mad at other people for giving you excuses for not doing it? So you can't be mad at something that you're doing. And so yes, back to Team Vision now. They got their corporate vision, and so my first 30 days, the very first person I signed up was Cranston Justice. I never forget it. He told me, I'm doing it in business. I'm supporting you. He has always kept his site active. He traveled. He has probably the most reward credits I've ever seen and had even used them. But what I do with everybody that joins my team, I immediately set a 30-day strategy for them. I don't just throw them a link and say, hey, sign up and welcome to the team. That's the opportunity that you have to speak to your new team member. Partly everybody uses the word prospect. I just don't like that word. It just don't rest with me. That's your new business partner. And so what we do is I don't give them a strategy. I allow them to tell me what is it that you need from this company. Do you need $1,000 for the next 30 days? I need to know your work schedule if you have a job, because I want to make sure that I'm accessible to their needs. And so if 12 o'clock midnight is the time that we have to do a three-way for your potentials, then I want to be up. I'm ready to go. Let's rock and roll. And so as leaders, you have to make yourself accessible for your team. Yes, we're all independent contractors, but guess what? I didn't get here by myself. If it wasn't for Renee Top to answer the phone for Adrian Dawkins at what time in the morning? About 2 o'clock in the morning. Doing a three-way call. So we have to be accessible for our team. And so you find out the needs of your new process. You find out what they want, and then you put a goal together. And when you do that, in the next 30 days, the goal is to give them 30 free, so they don't have to pay their own fee. Because people pay $409 to get mad about paying $59.99. Why? See, they don't see the value. They don't see the value of the $409 because you didn't take the time to walk them through your bank office. Take the extra 15 minutes because you're happy. That's a sign up. That's somebody that could possibly, potentially make you a millionaire. So I treat every travel agent just like I would treat a platinum, because that's the goal. We're going to upgrade it. We're going to have an upgrading party in Team Vision. I mean, we really have parties for people to upgrade, because once they see the value of really what we have at $59.99, like Donnie said, the tax deduction, they don't look at it as something else that I'm spending every month and I haven't made any money. So you set goals with every business partner. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Facebook. How many of you guys have Facebook? How many of y'all have ever had a sign up from Facebook? How many have 5,000 friends on Facebook? So more hands than none. So here's the thing with Facebook. Facebook is like Hangout. It's like Walmart. It's like Walmart on the computer. But you have the opportunity to expose your business to 5,000 people on your personal page. That's huge for me. That's very, very huge for me, because people think, oh, I already with Letitia I already knew Adrian. Oh, she had this big, I am beautiful. She's winning because she had 87,000 women in her organization. That's not true. 87,000 women, and I'm just now getting to 500 a year later. That makes no earthly sense. So it was not the organization that got me to where I needed. I developed relationships. I was communicating with them. I hardly ever talk on the phone. The whole time I'm sitting here going through waves, right in my phone, just as we have in our media. That's where it goes down on social media. So if you're not on social media, I encourage you. I truly encourage you because you will meet a lot of people that need what you have. If you're scared to talk to people one-on-one, I would definitely a Facebook page. And if you don't want to turn your personal page into your business, you can do a business page. That's what I've done. While I'm doing what I'm doing, I have a sponsor page. It's $5 a day. It says create a page. You can do a business page. Do whatever your name of the business is. At work, it'll fund it for you. If you can put it in whatever state you're in security. When I go to San Diego, I'm already running ads in California. So when the post we get there, I'm going to start inviting people so we have opportunity. Why did you get somebody? Because Facebook allows you to go wherever in the world you want to be. And so I encourage you to create a business page if you want it to be your personal page. A business page. And then on your business page, guess what? You can reach millions. There's no limit to how many people you can reach on your business page. You need help if you're with your Facebook page. I am more than willing to show you because when you get it, you're like, oh my God, I've been missing out on so much money. It's crazy. For those that are regional builders and up, I encourage you to create a private page for your business where you guys can communicate because everybody's different. Everybody is all across the world, and you guys need a special page. How many of y'all in the sales group here? Who's here? We have our sales group, and then we have a leadership support group. Because you have to separate. Some people come in to do the travel, and they don't want to do it, and we don't want to. We do not let them do what they need to do. But then for those that want to come in and build, hey, we still decide. We need our leadership program. This is where it all goes down. This is where we communicate. This is where we talk about our next big thing. We're going to go on tour. After I get this car, we're going on tour. So hopefully we come to the city. Renee, myself, and Tisha is going to grab Adrian in New York. We're going on to the show. Everybody was show to us. And it's not that difficult, but it's the biggest travel. Say, one year, get $3 year industry, and we just want to show somebody how to get $1. So they allowed me to get almost 100,000 of it in a year. So I think I kind of know what I'm doing. Do we have any questions about social media? They come to take minutes about any questions you have about social media. Anybody? If you go to your Facebook page, there'll be a sidebar. It'll say create a page. And you have the options to do it as a business. You can be a bigger, whatever you choose. And then you can name it your business page. And then you want to download Page Manager. You want to download that app because Page Manager, it tracks how many people look at your page, what time they go to your page, and see for mine. For some reason, everybody is on my page at 6 a.m. in the morning. So guess when I start posting? 6 a.m. in the morning. So when everybody went to the right meet in South Carolina, I made a killing off of that because I posted it in South Carolina. I know these people need a hotel. I think I could pay like $15. I think I have about $600 in it. That's whatever people say I earn, and I have no idea who they are. And they told somebody that person told somebody that $10 here, $20 here, and then they would use it. And yes, I'm going to do all the time. They have all the information. Yeah. But sometimes when people want to get something, just want to do something. Yeah. Yeah. In the meantime, you already got a plan, turn them to owners of. Don't try to sell them or be so aggressive. Hey, when you do this, let them just do what they need to do. You have that information without asking for it. Because they're saying that they got to hook up, they happy, I'm happier, but you don't even know 30 days gonna come right back to you. How was your trip? What you learn? What you want to learn? How to say it even more? Next time you go, so just sometimes you have to let people be. Anybody have any questions for me at this moment? Yes.
Do you just primarily do Facebook, or do you do like Instagram and other things as well?
All my Instagram friends are my Facebook friends, so I'm 100% on Facebook. And I make this simple post. Go on to make $1,000 by June 30th. Inbox. We have a system in place. And see, when we make those posts, we have conference calls that night. So we navigate to the conference calls. We have all the information, follow up with them. And sometimes it takes more than one conference call. I know people like, oh my God, that conference call, they didn't speak up. Sometimes you have to digest, a conference call. If you ever been on Renee's conference call, it's like, oh my God, I feel like I've been in the ring fighting. She gives you so much in a short period of time. When people don't join your business the first time you introduce them to the business, it's okay. I was just telling her, move on. Simply move on to a billion, billion people in this world that need to have it. We can't stay focused on somebody that just don't get it right then. Sometimes they may be waiting on you to see what you want to do is add, and they do that, but hey, sometimes they do that. But I knew a lot of people make that need to do something. I did my first 7 days right now. But you got to do something. Let me see your booty. Let me see your check. Yes. Oh, no, because I work at home. And so, like, when I'm away, like when I'm on a cruise, I boosted. I came back bonus like 2 times. And so, boosting is when you're paying for it as you ran on your behalf without you actually doing it. And so that only can happen on your business page. Once you create that business page, it'll ask you how much you want to boost it for. The minimum is $5. $5 boosted all the way to about 800 people. Yeah. So you can set it and forget it, and it'll Facebook will run on your behalf and you without you actually having to do that. And that's very good for people that have jobs. Especially out here, a lot of times, well, I don't get off work to 5, and I can't be on my phone. That's $5. Just pay $5. Maybe $10 for it. That's your business for you. You have to guess. So you don't have to actually fight for it. You just tell them, hey, they ask you like, you wanted to brand like men and women or both, or what's the age group, what state you want their ad and it's amazing. You can change it. Yeah, you can change it. Yeah, you target. I target between 25 and 50. That's my target for 25 and 50. Yeah. Both. Yep, sometimes majority of the time I do both. Yeah, majority of the time I do both. Anybody else have a question about Facebook? How many of you guys do? Yes, go ahead.
So when you set up a business page, you are actually looking for they do all of that.
You create your post that you want people to see, and they can run it for you. So you create your own ad. You boost it. They set it out in the atmosphere. To whoever, I don't know, but they do pay attention. They find you. They will find you. Yeah. But the ones that already have access to, I don't have to worry about them. I want to reach the people that can't on mine. Because for your personal page, 5,000 is the max. So everybody that you have on your personal page, you have room for 5,000. I maxed out a long time ago, so now I have to go outside instead of deleting people and then adding new people. I have like 300 people I need to add right now. So I go outside of my personal page and created a business page, and I can reach millions on the business page. So I'm not the ones I already have attention with on my personal page. They know what I'm doing. They know what I'm doing. I need to reach outside a business page. Because I do things. Do you ever go to like our Facebook? Slap it in there. Hey, follow me over here. So I gotta say, hey, follow me over here. You navigate people where you want them to go. You take them with you. Hey, follow me over here. Go to these at-home moms that looking for businesses at home. Go in those groups. They are waiting for somebody to bring something like that. That's so many at-home moms. Jesus Christ. That's money. I'm thinking about that's a lot of money. So, like, would you go in there and just put your business link? And I always follow. And then every time I get a new business partner, I'll have to delete somebody so I can add somebody. Right. But instead, I can just add some little people. I have a business page, which is Thursday page, but I didn't ever, I didn't manage it too much. But I can take some of those things from the questions and send them to them. Absolutely. You want to navigate them somewhere because they have limited view on your personal page as dependent. They can see a little bit, but until you set them as a friend, then they can't see what you have on your personal page. So if you do have a business page, you have 900 people pinned. You better navigate them to your search of the Stacy so they can have all access to you because I'm pretty sure that's what they come to you for. Oh, so you have 900 people. Yes. That's a lot of money, Stacy. My 267 pending request is surge. Yeah, more than 900 is yeah. So don't be mad at me if I don't accept your request. I need room for my new business partner. Or you can follow me on my personal business page. It's called Miss 50K. And I take people on the journey of Miss 50K. So everything that has happened to me the last 365 days, they have followed me on my journey. It's MS, and then the word 50-K.
I think you know this, Deshaun, but I just want to make sure. When you try to send a friend request, it says that you do not receive it. So how are you getting one from prospects? Just through your business pages?
They inbox me. They go to
and then you can from them that way.
Yeah, they go into a filter inbox. Like, hey, I was unable to friend you, but hey, I'm here. So I have to make myself go into that filter friend request, and I delete somebody, and then I add, or I just send it to this 50K. But I use my personal page more than I use my business page because that's what I just create one ad and just set that. Okay. So anybody else have a question about Facebook? Okay. Is the money run out? More money on it. Any more questions? I want to talk about Letitia and Adrian for a minute because this is you have a vision. You know, I know everybody said, well, how do they just keep doing this? What in the world are they doing? What are they doing over there? Letitia and Adrian, great leaders. Very dynamic, different leaders. And so for me, you know, I was visionary for I Am Beautiful, still is I Am Beautiful a little bit, but I had never done anything like this. I've never spoken in front of a crowd of people, you know, I was a hairstylist, so everybody came to me. I never had to go out and, you know, reach people. But when we set a standard in the group, you want to find people that see the vision, but they may not, I don't want to say this wrong. You have to allow people to lead the way they know how. And so our communication, we have had a journey. We have had a beautiful journey. Letitia Nicole is one amazing leader. And, you know, even though, you know, she's directed me, I've learned so much from her. I've learned so much from Adrian. I mean, it has been an amazing, we will laugh about this. We will laugh about this for a long time to come, but we had to learn each other because we didn't know each other. And so we've learned to celebrate each other. I'm a firm believer that you can't become what you can't celebrate. And so we have a lot of dynamic people on our team, and we celebrate, we clap when they reach their next goal. And that's exactly what we have to. This win for me is not just a win for me, this is a company win. And I pray that everybody understands that, you know, I want the whole world to come to Atlanta during the 24th because that's something huge. Here you have a single mom, 5 children, a third one. You know, I was counting out before I even started, and I'm just so glad that I didn't allow. Hey, you got a make up a little bit. Oh my God! Y'all, hey, open that clip. I'm not going to be up here too much. Okay. Thank you. Is that better, guys? First time on the mic. but what I wanted to say about leaders, if you cannot be led, then you can't lead. And that's so important because we do get to a point where I think I know what I'm doing. I'm going to do my own thing. Follow the leader. This is an adult game of following the leader, and that's exactly what I've done following Renee Taubman. That's what Letitia and Adrian has done, and we all lead in our own special way, but guess what? We can be led. We can definitely be led, and so we are not a group of people that are fearful. We take the challenge and we crush it. Coach, we have followed every play that Coach called. He said we're going to put 100 people in the business for the week of March Madness. We was like, okay, guess what? We done it. And so, we've been to every meeting. You have to get to these meetings. You have to get to conventions. That's what changed my life. Going to my first convention last year in August changed everything for me. To be around you guys, to be celebrated and welcome, it was just like a breath of fresh air. So I just been hanging around people all my life that didn't want to see me do anything. And then I have a group of people like y'all that celebrate me right where I am. That's amazing. You have to get your team there to see what is really going on, with Third 365, because I'm telling you, you really won't know what you have until you get to meetings and get to conventions. So I can't afford to go. Well, guess what? You have the opportunity to bonus as many times as you want to get there. So it's really no excuse why people say no to meetings, say no to conventions. You have unlimited $1,000 bonus, $10,000 bonus. I mean, just go out and do it. It's just as simple as that. Go out and do it, but you have to make sure your activity matches your goals, because if they don't, I don't want to see you back next year as a team builder or a regional builder or a national builder. Well, I've been in the company 8 years and I'm still where I am. Does your activity match your goals? And you got to write it down every day. You have to look at it every day. Am I doing what it takes to become a regional builder? And it starts with you. So you can't expect people to join your business when you're not doing the work yourself. They're watching you. And guess what? They're following you. So the day that you fall off, guess what? The whole team is going to fall off. Then you say, okay, I want to reactivate. And you've lost your entire team because of your inactivity. And so every day I'm working and I'm running hard and I'm making sure that my team is getting everything that I need. Nikhil Muhammad is behind the scenes throwing punches and getting jabs, and I'm fighting back. But guess what? I'm getting the job done. And I set a goal 365 days ago that this year I was going to be a marketing director. That's what I said. I'm just not talking just to be talking because it sounds good. I went to work. Day one, Renee sent me a picture of her and the rest of the directors at a retreat. And I was like, who are you ladies with these yellow dresses on? I ain't never seen that before. I know I've been introduced to other surgeons, but it's something about this gray jacket. What does this gray jacket mean, Renee? She said, oh, that's the other directors. So I took that picture and I downloaded it and I drew myself in the middle. They were saving the space for me and didn't even know it. So I drew a blue circle and I put a little happy face and I put me and I just start writing down daily goals. Renee, what is it going to take for me to get there? And so you have to appreciate your marketing directors and go to them and say, because they've done it. They didn't get there because somebody said, here, you get a great jacket, I'm just gonna make you a marketing director. They've done the work. So take time to spend time with your marketing director. When y'all see me at events, I don't be hanging out shopping. You can find me down behind Renee Thompson because that time is precious to me. That time is valuable to me. We're not just hanging out on vacation and trying to look good for pictures. In Vegas, the last day, everybody was like, we're going shopping. That's the day I hit director. I did not want to leave Las Vegas without becoming a director. And that's exactly what I did. I did the regional builder called right there at the airport. And I was like, wait, I'm about to come. And I was on the region. Yes, but you got to do whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. You have to put that 1 hour aside for your day. If building is what you want to do. Because if it's not, then hey, enjoy your membership. That's what it's there for. That's exactly what it's there for. But for me, I couldn't afford to take no vacation when I started because it was just so far-fetched from my mind. Now this year for Christmas, I'm taking my babies to Disney World. Let me on a Disney cruise to show them how to dream all over again because that was 18 years that I let slip by because nobody could navigate me to anywhere. They was navigating me to nothing. Girl, you better go down there and get you some help. Girl, you better go down here and I didn't want to do that anymore. So now I'm living a life. I'm positioned to do a lot of great things. And guess what? I'm not going by myself. I'm taking the world with me. So my name is Tashana Richardson. I am a marketing director with Surge 365. And I'm not doing anymore.
So I'm going to surprise because please don't misinterpret the name of this book. That I love Tashana, but not in that way. Because it's called Made in Your Bed. It's written by a Navy SEAL, and he talks about starting every day with a task that you can be successful in. So,
My next book.
I want you to tell one story before you break away. Okay. So you had a really bad moment when you went to your son's grave the first time, right?
Horrible moment. I didn't want to go into my story, but I think it's just so needed for this moment. Real life story. My son. That was my eye. He passed away when he was a day from being 6 months, 2012. And from 2012 to 2015, I was internally damaged. I was done. I was no good for nobody, so I thought, but I camouflaged it on the outside. And, I just made them think that I was okay. And it was every time that I was hurt, or somebody would hurt me, I would run to his grave. But for a year, I just didn't go. And then when I decided to go back, just to visit, I couldn't find him. And it was the worst moment ever because I didn't have enough money to get him a tombstone. I had to do chicken sales and all that stuff because I didn't have insurance for him and we didn't have the extra money. I went into service in debt. I couldn't even view him. They was like, hey, come over here. You owe us about $600 more. And I'm like, look, can I just bury my child, please? And so there was no extra money for tombstone. And so that day that I went looking for whatever I was looking for when I went there. The trees was not even swaying the same birds that I was looking for there. God, they were there. And I'm looking at the grass and I'm like, okay, I can't find little child. I know we had all lost our kids and grocery store, we can't afford to say, like, that's what your children walk away with the moment that you can't find the rest of the place because you don't have the money to get them a proper tombstone. So when I first got my money, when I hit that $50,000 bonus, guess what I did? I went down there and I put a deposit on my son's tombstone because as a mother, our job is never complete. And that's more than what this company, has. People need to know this. People say, oh, we're on vacation, we're here, there, we're traveling here. But this company has allowed me to breathe. It has allowed me to rest. I asked God so many times, specifically, take
honestly, I don't want to be here anymore. You know, why me? You know, why? Nobody's fault that I had these kids, but you took something from me, and now I can't find them because I don't have money. Money is the answer to a lot of things. It gives you options. And you can't afford to buy a tombstone because you just don't have it. It's heartbreaking. But now, this year, I was finished paying for it because I spent a lot of money on it, and I wanted to make sure that I gave you the best tombstone that money could buy. And it's all because of my faith.
You guys want to break or do you want to keep going? Okay, so why don't we? So why don't we grab a plate, bring it back to your seat, and the dishes can come up to here. Mindset stuff, right? You mind talking over people's eating?
I don't mind.
But you loud now.
Huh?
But you real loud, so you can talk about it.
I will.
So this is every day they come out.
Every day I come.
Oh, so what is
Really, I do have to. See that? If you really drive to the parking
And you tap it on. I posted it. Thank you. You're welcome.
Hi, everybody. Colin, we're here in Novi, Michigan at the Country Club. Wish you guys were with us, don't we?
Yeah.
Kind of nice here. We have 3 pools, 1 golf course, 3 restaurants. We miss you. Come next year. Hi, Nick. Bless me. I'm really good at that. Oh, Zoom. So I'm not live on Zoom?
You're live on Zoom, but not.
No, I'm not. Zoom live. Ah. You guys look great. You guys over here. Other you guys are kind of
Yeah, I thought I put some of that
Get started.
All right, I'm gonna call now. So I can see it. Ma'am. You're recording it.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, yeah. Okay. You're welcome. Okay, right here? Okay. All right. If you do a general. I only ask you but especially somebody that's not ready. It's like, if you like, you want to serious. And you guys know you're watching live. I'll let you know that in the next 5 minutes I'll be on the fair to talk about life. Right? I'm excited about it. I'll be going a little bit right out. And I just need to catch the clinic right? So again, glad you guys are watching. Thank you for being willing to learn more about your business so you know how to navigate all the distractions, right? Let's get ready. Let's get ready to not only speak life, but to live life. How to transform your life by transforming your mind so you can live a life that you deserve. My name is Letitia Cole. I see life so that we all have life and have life. Let's do this.
Never worries about it.
Letitia, Nicole, come on down. Excuse me, but Letitia wants to talk now. You want to talk or hold it? Or do you want to put it here? There we go. Okay, do you want to talk to us now?
Sure.
Okay.
Is everybody in the room? Yeah. Is everybody in the room? You know, in order to get what you need, you have to show up and sit down in the room. So I know that feels good, but I need your attention in this room. In the room, all right? All right. She said, sing first. My mind is on transforming your mind so you can transform your life. And normally when I'm speaking, I have this huge mirror, humongous mirror, so I can look at myself. Because I'm normally talking to myself. As I'm speaking to other people, because as you guys, thank you so much for buying these books, and those of you that will be visiting my website and getting them. I want you to understand right now, the presentation that you're about to see is what helped me to get to where I am now. This is what I live. This is not something that I made up. This is the first book that you have in your life, in your hand, which is in my life. And I want it to be a part of yours. This is speaking life into your health, your wealth, your finances, and your relationships. And this is how I transform my mind so I can live a life of abundance. Now, before I start, I want you all to repeat after me. And I'll tell you why. So, I've said this prayer since I was in college. I would tell myself that I am rich. I am rich. I am blessed. I am blessed. I am walking in the fullness. I am walking in the fullness. I am debt free. I am debt free. I am healthy. I am healthy. I am wealthy. I am wealthy. And the days of barely making it out over. Barely making it out over. Right now, so when you believe that, you can achieve that. And I have been telling myself that for years and years and years. And those of you that don't know, I run a nursing home, 140-bed nursing home, 200 employees. But with my department heads, I have 12 department heads. I have 12 department heads, the disciples. I have 12 department heads that every morning, that affirmation, I said prayer, but see, when you're in the workspace, right, it becomes affirmation. Every day. And then it starts to believe. So I was able to take 2 nursing homes that were horrible and change them into powerful, wonderful places to be because of affirmation. Because I was able to take words to transform my mind, to transform my life. So I want to teach you that. They can staff and transform their minds to where every day when they come to work, they used to hate coming into the building. I had staff to tell me, we didn't even know that this building was going to be open the next day. For some reason, you're here, it just feels different. Because you can change your atmosphere. You can change the mindset of people around you if you believe the words that you speak. Okay? So let's transform our mind. Uh-oh. He just told me what to do. Oh, I got it.
I reckon.
You need it. Oh, you have using this. So before I go into self-assessment, which is self-awareness, okay, I want to talk to you about the two places in your mind that you need to use together to change your life. And that's your subconscious and your conscious mind. Understand that your subconscious mind is leading the conscious. Conscious mind, this is where your beliefs and your feelings and all these things are held. But in that subconscious mind is everything that has happened, good, bad, and indifferent. The divorce, the bankruptcy, the ugliness, everything that's bad is in that subconscious mind, and it's leading your conscious. So the person that you see in the mirror, consciously, unconsciously leading your life in Surge 365. You are unconsciously your business away from you. You are unconsciously keeping your zeros out of your bank account. You are unconsciously people from doing business with you. It happened a long, long time ago because you didn't forgive, because you didn't let it go, and because you don't smile, so the whole world can smile right back at you, right? So that's why self-assessment and self-awareness. So when you look into the mirror and you see yourself and you see all of these unique things, the pimple, yours. When you look in the mirror and you see all these things, the way you view consciously, that's what you're gonna, and that's how other people are gonna view you. So I'm gonna take you on my journey, because when I used to look in the mirror, I saw skinny, in a model world, in a world where you're modeling, I mean, she looks great. So it's all how you view yourself subconsciously. Yes. So we need to move this mic. Can I move the mic? Matter of fact, this is what I'm doing. In the room. I'm not doing that. Okay.
Go on the other side.
If you want this out the way, it can go. All right. The enemy does not want you to hear this. I subconsciously think that. But we're going to hear this message. When you look into the mirror and you see all of those things, that pimple, that mole, all those things that you view that are not positive, you need to write those things down, because we have to change your thoughts about those unique things that are about yourself, or those things that happened a long time ago. thoughts about that. I'm going to show you something. The things that would happen to me bad, I've been able to use for good. It's just on how you view yourself. In order to change your vision, you must change what you see. It's a difference between vision. And you can close your eyes right now and you can envision yourself on the beach with the sand in your toes, sitting on a yellow chair, recline back with the water, just waves flowing, and you can hear the waves, you can hear the ocean. And then you can block out those negative thoughts, visioning yourself somewhere else. When you're speaking to someone and you start to get afraid that they're not going to do business with you, I need you to get rooted and grounded in the now. Not what happened 7 years ago. Just know that you heard. That last no did something to you. Adequate. It made you feel like, I don't know what I'm talking about. That last no made you feel some kind of way, didn't it? So, listen, you got to commit and have a willingness to change. So when you look in the mirror, you got to be truthful with yourself, am I right? So when you look in the mirror, you have to look at yourself and say, because they make me look like a nerd. I'm on a piece of paper. I look real smart when I put on my glasses. And when people view me, they believe that I have glasses. Yourself over and over and over and over again until you believe it. And change your mindset. By positive affirmations. By understanding your truth. And how to change the conscious thoughts subconsciously. So I do that every day. And we talked about vision and expectation. I always tell my clients, I always tell my Speak Life group, your expectation shall be your manifestation. Shall be your manifestation. If you're waking up every day and you're not writing goals for yourself, you're not writing the expectation, how many people are you going to talk to today? How many no's are you willing to get to your yes, through to your yes? Now, I'm going to tell you the truth. When I wake up in the morning, I say, this is going to be every day. That prayer, that affirmation, I am rich, I am blessed, I'm walking in the fullness of God, I'm debt free, healthy, wealthy, and wise, and the days are barely making it over. And I'm telling you, just change the way I feel every day. My expectation shall be my manifestation. And then if something happens positive, I say the enemy trying to take my great day away from me. Oh, no, no, no. Day is the greatest day I've ever had. And that's what it's going to be because I said so. Because I have the power. And the expectation to bring these things to life. Now, we just heard our coach say, if you believe it, you can achieve it. For what you see in that mirror, the person that you're looking at. Or do you believe in the people that's looking at you more than you believe you do in you? Questions you have to ask yourself, yes, they're hard. No, they don't feel good. But you must be honest. How do you vision yourself? Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Where do you see yourself in 10 years? Let's start with today. Next hour. In the next hour. If you believe. heard Shoshana Richardson, our newest marketing director, talk about social media. You may put status up on Facebook. People say yes. And you turn that 50 to 100. And multiply and keep multiplying that positive thought that was just embedded in you about social media. Instead of believing that you're inadequate, oh, that generation just loves social media, I can't do it. Oh no, we weren't brought up that way. That's the reason why you're not making it, because that's the way you believe and that's the way you think. Your expectation is your manifestation. Those negative things because you have negative thoughts about social media. Instead of rolling with the flow, taking the punches, moving and jabbing, I can do it. As long as you keep moving forward, you're like, social media, honey, no. Can't do all that. But you want to achieve what Deshaun Richardson has achieved in 80 days, but not willing to put in the work because of your vision and your expectation. So be truthful with yourself. Because it's channeling your vision. It's channeling your vision. Now, the next thing I want to talk about, and I love this right here, the difference between sacrifice and benefit. I'm sacrificing something just standing right here. My children are minding in church tomorrow. And I'm standing right here. I'm sacrificing. But I'm there majority of the time. You know, Mommy's in church. She sing on the praise team. He know I'm on speak in church. He know all these things. I got people recording it for me. Both of them. But I'm sacrificing because it's something that I need here. I have to sacrifice that time. What are you willing to sacrifice so you can get the desired benefit? Donna Richardson had to sacrifice her child's birthday party so he can have a gift every month and every day. That she couldn't have a birthday party or go to her son's birthday party. Benefit. Look at me like I'm crazy. How in the world we $290 every Monday? Sometimes you double bonus. Why don't you quit that job? Sacrifice versus benefit. Actually. Because it's people, it's 200 people in that building. 200 plus people in that building. I feel like I have an assignment in that building. Sacrificing to get to the benefit. All join me. Just imagine them. All 200 employees join me. The CNAs, the nurses, the doctors. Just by living by example. Here. On a Wednesday afternoon at 3:30 p.m. 2 state surveyors walked into my building. Now, normally, being the administrator, the executive director over the whole facility, you're about to leave, get on a plane. These people can find you thousands of dollars if they find something wrong. That I trusted the leaders. The leaders, I trusted them because I believe I have some amazing leaders. Fourth, need something out of my office. You guys, I'm right here. You're doing an amazing job. Who said, this woman is crazy? Gone to Detroit, Michigan. for Surge 365. But see, I have a vision that's bigger than their thoughts. Here. And them two surveyors left yesterday, and every abuse allegation, everything was unsubstantiated. Now imagine if I would have sat there all the way until Friday. Lives I would not have touched. Because I was told to get here. In this room already I've met. And we've talked already and cried and said, thank you, mother. And I said, I need to get to my mother. People in this room than my mom, and I need to get to my mom so she can feel comfortable and run her business. I need to get her connected to the right people. Where I need to speak life into the atmosphere, which shall not return to me void. That was my sacrifice. Now, I talked about a little bit earlier about journaling. Now, 100-day devotional has a place where you can journal. So between 1 to 100, 63. So I'm about to go to day 63. Oh, I like that. Are you married? Okay, read that out loud. Okay.
And wives and some self to your own husbands, so that if any of them do not believe the word, they may be won over without words by the behavior of their wives.
Apply to Surge 365. Can it? Write everything right here, or write it on a notebook, or write it somewhere that myself. And I'm going to be an example. And then you can write different ways on how you're going to submit yourself, how you're going to be an example. So people around you will follow you. For 100 days to write that book. When I didn't feel like I looked pretty in the morning, I was just letting them know. One day I looked in the mirror and I had to tell myself, you are pretty. Down that day. Understand the way you're feeling, not just impacting your business. Thinking negative, headaches. Not only are you keeping people away from you, you're keeping peace away from you, joy away from you. So that's how you're keeping your money away from you. So again, you have to be very, very honest with yourself. When you look at yourself in the mirror, what do you see? You subconsciously thoughts and change those subconscious thoughts so you too can live a life that you deserve, a life of abundance, right? So myself, I explore and I study the word. I've been leading a prayer line for over 4.5 years, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7:30 in the morning. We get up every morning and we study the word of God. I used to just say a sentence on the Bible. I didn't know it, but I wanted to change the way my life was. I wanted to change my thoughts. I wanted to change the way I felt every day. I wanted to change. Changing, I started with me. With you first. And then it just drifted out into my house, to my husband, to my job. Oh, definitely to the community. 1,000 families are being fed a year of 4.5 years ago. Changed my thoughts. And I didn't think I had a penny. And I didn't think I mattered. That's the way I felt about myself. But I was reading, and it changed my circle. Then I wanted to bless somebody. God said, feed 1,000 families. I said, I don't even have $100. He said, just put it out there into the atmosphere. The words that you're reading every day, you are rich, you are blessed, you are walking in the fullness of God, you are debt-free, you are healthy, wealthy, and wise, and the days of barely making it are over. Now start saying that to everybody you meet. The first year, my goal was 1,000. And over 2,500 families from all over, from New York, from Michigan, from Atlanta, Georgia, from Durham, North Carolina, Greensboro, North Carolina. Oh my God, so many people got involved, and over 2,500 families were fed for Thanksgiving and were given bags of groceries. Now over 6,000 families, because I was exploring and studying the word, and it allowed me to change the way I was thinking, and it allowed me to change the words that were coming out of my mouth, which is definitely, when you speak, those are commands. So as soon as you say, I can't, you won't. But as soon as you say, I am and I will, that's totally different. In the way of the seal, we can't say, I'll try. That is not in our dictionary. I'll try. You're not going to do it. I will do it. So start looking and reading, okay? So you can change your thoughts and you can change your mindset. Goal planning, that's important. That journaling and goal planning, writing down a goal every day. Tashana just talked about going into the group every day and saying, what is your goal today? I do the same thing with Team Speak Life. What is your goal today? My goal is to help you. But you have to tell me, what is your goal? Start challenging your people in your group. They can't just watch you. They need to set goals. Now, a long time ago, I used to do a piece of pie with Letitia Nicole. A piece of pie. People say, what's a piece of pie? It's assessment, planning, implementing, evaluating, and then executing. That was the piece of pie with Letitia Nicole. They're like, what? No, you're going to assess, you're going to plan, you're going to implement, evaluate, and execute. And if you find something wrong, start over again. Goal planning. Changing the blueprint to your desired life that you want to live. Right? Prioritizing. So some people, when you wake up in the morning, what's the first thing you do? Breathe. Pray. Anybody else? What's the first thing you do? Anybody want to tell me what you do in the morning? Open your eyes. Now that's important. Anybody else want to tell me what you do? Yoga. Right, mind, body, and soul. Open your eyes though, or you might hit something. I do what you do. Soon as I open my eyes, I used to turn over and look at Facebook, and I had to catch myself. I was like, my husband was like, are you serious right now? Early in the morning, he's like, good morning, baby. I'm like, for the phone. So instead of grabbing my phone first I pray and I say, Lord, I thank you for this day. It's the greatest day of my life. And then I acknowledge him. Good morning, Pumpkin. Cece felt a certain kind of way about that phone. And then what I do, I get up out of bed and I walk to a destination. Every day, I need you to get up and walk to a destination, your desired destination. But I need you to be intentional. Because I wasn't intentional when I was picking up the phone. I was being nosy. And I was being busy, Nick. I was being busy. Busy. And before I met Nick, I used to say, being under Satan's yoke. How many of you are busy and not producing because you're not prioritizing? I know it feels like I'm whooping you, don't it? God always give me this kind of word. I don't know why. But it's going to help you. You need to prioritize. That's another reason why you're not making money in your business. You're not goal setting. You're not assessing. You're not planning. You're not implementing. You're not evaluating. And then you're not executing the plan. You don't even have a plan. And those that don't have a plan plan to fail. And it's just the truth. Every day I tell myself I'm rich, I'm blessed, I'm walking in the fullness of God, I'm debt free, I'm healthy, wealthy, and wise, and the days are barely making it all over. So why am I surprised that I'm rich, I'm blessed, I'm walking in the fullness of God, I'm debt free, healthy, wealthy, and wise, and the days are barely making it are over? Because I prioritize, I've assessed, I've planned, I've implemented, I evaluated, and then I execute every day. And that's how I'm bonusing every Monday. $1,290.
Praise on it.
That's why. Actually, I chose 1 week not to bonus. I know y'all looking at me like, what?
Yes, you did.
I chose 1 week because I was running. I was going, and I went, oh, I have a team. Wait. Wait. Let me go back. And I had to assess why wasn't enough people bonusing. I need to plant the same seeds that were planted in myself into this team so they too could be successful in this business. So I chose, make a decision. I looked in the mirror. All right, Letitia, let's get to them. Even though I can do both at the same time, but I chose to pay attention, put all my attention on 218 people. And I asked them, what can I do? How may I serve you? How many three-way calls? Call people. You okay? You need my help? You're not alone. I don't want you to feel alone. Hey, I'm right here. I know you see me bonusing. I know you see me making money. And I got on myself for not doing that. I wasn't telling people when I bonus. I leave it up to Tashana.
I'm going to do it.
As soon as she found out I bonus, she tagged me in the post. I said, Lord have mercy. And like Coach said, he find himself doing videos every week, 14, 15 videos, and I wasn't posting all my videos. But see, in order for people to get the vision, they got to see it.
That's right.
They have to see it. I'm like, oh, if they see it, they're not going to like me. Who cares?
That's right.
Who cares? That was my truth. I had to look in the mirror for me. That's why I'm being transparent for you. I had to look in the mirror and say, for me, this is what I heard. God said, why are you worried about they like when I love you? That's why you're being blessed like this. Because you have assessed, you plan, you implement, you evaluate it, and you execute it, and you believe. So I can make an example out of you to millions of people if you just allow them to see. And I had to take off my little, whatever it was. That's to me, that's pride. And say, you know what? I just bonus $1,290 again. And I had to show them the way. Because I don't want people to feel like, no, I'm not going to tell nobody about my blessings because they're not going to like me. But that's the reason why we're being blessed. Because you are humble. And you can tell about your blessings. And the right people will be attracted to you. The right people. Reflection. I love this. I love reflection. Why? Because now I see the words that I was speaking to myself 4.5 years ago, right before my eyes when I look into the mirror. I need you to start writing down positive affirmations for yourself on how you can turn those blemishes and that mole and whatever that is that you view negatively into positively. Those stories that you have in your belly that you can make books and help your team members and you can give it to them. And no, you can sell it to them. You can give some away, but you can sell them your books. They're gonna hear about everything anyway. Because you know people nosy. And they talk too much. That hair ain't hers. I know. It's on page 19. I want you to read about it. Okay? Start talking about the things that are uncomfortable. Because the truth of the matter is, every last one of us in this room have something that have made us uncomfortable. Something in our life has made us uncomfortable. And when you are viewed as you having gone through nothing, they cannot relate to you. So I write about it. I write about it. I write about the times that I didn't have $1. I write about the times that I didn't have food in the house. I write about the times that my children were like, why we got to break open our bank account? Or they little piggy banks. They didn't understand, Mom, where your money at? Can you please look into your bank account? Please look. I call them their little bank accounts. And they not used to that. But I talked about it. But guess what? I had to get over me. See, your issue is you. God, why you do that? Your issue is you. You have to look at yourself and you have to be very, 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 very honest. You have to change that subconscious thought about yourself. Have you ever, and I'm going to tell you about subconsciously, have you ever drove somewhere to work and you ask yourself when you get there, how in the world did I get here? Because you really wasn't thinking about the road. You subconsciously drove yourself to that destination the same way you're driving your business. See, consciously, you was listening to the radio, you was talking on the phone, you was looking at the different cars, you was just, and then you pulled up to work like, wow, how did I get here? Am I the only one that has ever experienced that? No. Your subconscious thought drove you to that destination. So now we have to change your subconscious thought, the way you feel about your business. And the way you feel about the way other folks view you. Matter of fact, how you view yourself. Just tell them the truth. Now, identify and avoid distraction. I always tell people, never allow your distraction to be your main attraction. Never allow your distractions to be your main attraction. Distractions are meant to take you off the road. So if you subconsciously driving to work and you see an accident on the other side of the highway and you slow down because you being nosy, distraction, it just slowed you down from getting to your destination. Right? Never allow your distractions to be your main attraction. Another thing, somebody call you. Now you having a good day. Somebody call you. Girl. Now when they start the conversation off like that, you know ain't nothing good about to come out their mouth. Let me tell you something. Oh. I be like, honey, I'm gonna have to call you back. Because I'm focused. I'm focused. Can you imagine? I'm in my hometown. I was raised and born right here. All of my friends from kindergarten until now are here. And if they don't want the same thing I want, you will never be my distraction. Why can't you come visit me? Why can't you come and talk to me? Come and give me a hug. Come get this money. That's what you do. Come get this right here. I like that. Okay, here we go right now. We went through the assessment, the plan, the implementing, the evaluating, the executing, and we understand about the conscious and the subconscious mind. But we got a couple of bumps in the road, and we're like, wait a minute, you got to resume the examination. You have to say, okay, I'm gonna take that out, and then I'm gonna try something else, and then I'm gonna keep going. I understand that I get distracted a lot, so I'm gonna have to put these blinders on so I can be laser focused. Because I understand my conscious mind is leading me. So I'm going to write goals every day. And I'm going to remind myself that I am rich, I'm blessed, I'm walking in the fullness of God, I'm debt free, I'm healthy, wealthy, and wise, and the days are barely making it over for me. Okay, I believe it, I believe it, I believe it. And now I'm going to achieve it. Okay? All right. So make necessary adjustments. Are you going to keep doing things the old way? They're not working for you, boo. You going to keep doing things the old way? Or you going to try the new way? So you too can bonus $1,290 every Monday. Because you can do it. You can do it. You can do it if you put your body to it. Y'all remember that? Little songs like that? You can do all things. Only if you believe. But you must make a conscious effort to change your unconscious mind. And you have to write down these things that you look at as negative because you are making them negative in your thoughts in your mind, and that's what's being negative driven in your business. So ain't that pretty? Yeah. Look at them. I got gray hair right there. Every time I look at this, I see that gray hair. And I can say, you know what? Can y'all change that picture? I don't like that gray hair. I see it. I see it. But guess what? Everybody else just see a smile. They see happy. Speaking life allows us to live a life of abundance. You have the power of life and death in your tongue, and everything you say will come to life. I'm just asking you to be very honest with yourself, and when you look into the mirror, it's okay to say what you don't like, but write down the things. Even though you see it, how do other people view you? Not the way you view yourself, because they may not see what you see. They envision power. When you walk into the room, they say, my, that's money walking in. But as soon as you put your head down and you look all scared, they come and shake your hand and you say, hey, you just told them who you are and how you think about you. And now they think about you the same way too. Because of that one little, that's not an infection. Let's say that I got some age on me. Ain't that right, Mama? Experience. That's some wisdom. Yes. So I have a present for everybody in the room. I hate going somewhere and not leaving something for you. I want you to take out your phones and I want you to text the word life to 336-221-3819. And I'm giving you 10 dynamic steps to a fearless mindset. So you can practice these things for yourself. That's my gift to you. That's my gift to you. I also, on Facebook, I speak life into everything. That's what Tashana say. I speak life into everything. When you're having a day that you might not say, I don't feel like speaking life, I need you to come on my page so you can see me smile at you. Because I feel like when I smile, the whole world smiles back at me. I feel like I can change the atmosphere just by speaking life. Everybody got that? Now, before I leave, does anybody have any questions for me? Anybody? My Facebook is Leticia, Laticia, Nicole, Nicole. Leticia Nicole. Leticia Nicole. I did have books before y'all all bought them before I could get up here. I have my business cards, and I'm available here for you. My name is Leticia Nicole, and I speak life so that we all may have life and have a life more abundantly. Thank you.
You get one too. Isn't it cute? Bless you. Thank you so much. Okay. We're done eating. Adrian Dawkins, your turn. Another $10,000 bonus earner. No PowerPoint, right? Okay. Got the microphone?
Yeah, I'll use it. All right. Hello. Hello. Excuse the goosebumps. It's not nervous. My nerves getting to me. I'm just really cold. I'm just really cold. Before I get started, I wish we had just a. Is Letitia still here? No. I wish we just had a moment after her and before me, so we can just digest everything. Was that not powerful? Am I the only one who was moved by that? I don't even want to really start right now because we through. I had no idea. We have to really just digest everything that she just gave us. I can't wait to go back and look at the video and, have a book to autograph for me. But we'll get to that later. So, and I usually don't like the microphone, but I'm going to work with the microphone so you can hear me clearly. I'm here to speak with you about relationship building via social media, primarily via Facebook. And I may have some face-to-face relationship building too. Throw some things in there. But primarily via Facebook. That's what I'm going to train about. That's what I want to speak with you about. Funny thing is, because I don't like to write everything down, I don't have my PowerPoint presentation. I don't do PowerPoints. This is just my little guide so I can stay on track. Because everything that I want to cover, that's what I do. It's what I do already. It's what I have been doing. It's what I've been doing. It was what I was doing with the other company I was with. It's what I was doing when I didn't even have a company. Relationship building. Guess what? It's intentional. It's intentional. It is not something that is just going to happen on its own. I like to post. I said hello. I don't know. I sent a happy birthday. Things an acquaintance would do. You want to be a friend. Facebook friends. Social media. Social media. You have to become sociable. The fact that we're online, the fact that there's a computer here, it's sort of a block, in a sense, because they can't see and you smile unless you're doing a live, but they can't really get the full effect of your smile, the full effect from your touch or a hug. So we have to work even more. It's intentional. And that is such a huge key. Not just here this weekend, but usually whenever we're doing a surge something, we're usually asking, what's your secret? What do you really do? Well, actually give me the steps for what you do behind the scenes with it when it comes to Facebook. I build relationships. I build relationships first and foremost, and the business, if it comes, guess what? That's a bonus. But I build relationships. A little later on tonight, I'm going to meet with someone who is not on the team. Is not on the team anymore. She was. She doesn't know she's coming back. But she's no longer on the team, but she lives out here, and it's my first time I'm going to be able to meet her face to face, but we've been Facebook friends for years. Laughed together, cried together. I was a guest on one of her shows. That relationship was built first, and then the business came afterwards. So one of the things I like to do, join, and I think Tashana touched on it, joining Facebook groups. Join quality groups. There's a huge difference. Don't join the, for example, there's a difference between a group that's called maybe, we're not kept, we do the keeping, versus what can you buy me today? There's a difference in the types of groups, and you're going to find different, I hate to use the word prospects, we're going to say prospects for right now. You're going to find different prospects in the different groups, and then you will just start, beating your head against the wall and wondering what you're doing wrong. Look at the pond that you're fishing from. That is a huge, huge part of it. And you know what, I'm going to take it back a little further. I didn't want to actually teach on the how-to with the Facebook part, but I know we have a few that are a little on the novice side with it. I'm going to go back, because I don't know if you even know how to find the groups. Do you know how to find the groups? Does anyone know how to find the group? Okay. So with your Facebook, if you go to, oh, goodness gracious, I have to see it. Search. If you go to your search, go to search, go to groups, and then discover. I believe those are the steps. You want to be sure to go to discover. And when you go to discover, all the categories are there. Lifestyle and relationship, photography, there's even travel, everything. Business, entrepreneurs, all the different categories are there. So spiritual. So find something that you can honestly, authentically relate to. Keep in mind, you want to, well, for me, what I do, I like to kind of find people with a similar mindset and similar thoughts and similar interests, because we can at least start off there and we can build our relationship from there. So that's what you want to do. So be sure to find quality Facebook groups. Once you're in the group, engage some more. And engaging is not going into your group, dropping a link, never coming back. That is not engaging. And please be sure to read the pin post. The pin post, I used to be an admin of 2 groups prior to Surge, 2 very large groups prior to Surge. One thing that admins, it just drives us crazy. I won't say drives us crazy. It annoys us is when you don't read the pin post and you go in and you just start dropping the ads. We could have an ad day. That's for that. So just follow, be sure to actually read the pin post. And you want to engage. So we went over what's not proper engagement. Let's actually talk about proper engagement. And one of the things that I absolutely love to do, on the right spot that I love to do. So let's say we are in a group for women entrepreneurs. Actually look at the timeline. Go through some of the posts. Now, everything that I'm telling you to do, I hate the fact that it's, well, I won't say I hate the fact, but it seems very calculated, yes, because it's intentional. But as long as you're authentic about it, that's completely fine. You need to be intentional with everything. But everything I do is authentic. I'm going to go into a group that I actually would want to be a part of. I'm going to start up a conversation with someone who I think, you know what, I would like to get to know this person. So it's just about planning it and being intentional. So I'll look down the timeline and I may find a post about someone who is commenting about how to take their business and bring it from something personal and maybe creating an DBA for it, or someone who is trying to get a feel for different marketing ideas. You know, I find something that I can relate to and actually want to start up a conversation with this person, and I like it, or I love it, or I'll laugh at it, whatever it is that you do. But actually put that emoji in there, and then once you do that, make a comment, and with that comment, tag the name of the person who made that comment. Now, this is why you're doing it. If you just comment on the post, yes, they're going to get a notification. Someone commented on your post, but I want them to get 2 notifications. I want them to get someone, well, 3. I want them to get someone liked. I want them to get someone commented. I want them to get someone tagged you. Who is this person? It keeps coming up in my notifications. Adrian Dawkins, Adrian Dawkins. And then not just with the person who created the post, I'll actually read through the comments. And again, back to being authentic. It's intentional, it's planned, it's still authentic. So I'll look through some of the comments, and maybe I'll find someone who's kind of thinking or talking like I am, and yeah, I'm going to like your comment too. And what am I going to do? The exact same thing. I'm going to hit reply. I'm gonna tag your name. Absolutely, Shirley, you're right. I didn't know that's a great marketing idea. Or I didn't know those were the steps to create a DBA. If I'm in a mom's group, I'm gonna try that with my 2-year-old because we're going through potty training right now. Thank you so much for the tip. Whatever it is, and I'll continue to do this. And does this take time? Yes, but relationships take time to build, don't they? It doesn't change because it's social media. So now that this person or people, because you can get a good 4, 5, 10, 12, 20 on a thread that maybe took you, 20 minutes to comment on, to get this conversation going. So now that everyone has these alerts, now that everyone knows Adrian, well, they don't know, but they've seen Adrian Dawkins and we've chatted a bit, now I can send you that friend request. And maybe it'll be received a little differently. Maybe now you want to accept that friend request versus in the past, if I just sent you that friend request, what is this person? And here she is with the $10,000 check as a profile picture. Okay, you earn it and whatever it is he's selling, I don't want. That could have been how it was before. But now that I'm in this mom group and we just got finished joking and chatting about potty training for the past 20 minutes and I'm sending this over to you, it's, oh, sure, thank you. And they'll accept it. So you want to actually, before you dive into that kiss, can you have a date first? So that's what you want to do. You want to be sure to engage. And not just engage throughout the group. I also like to engage privately with them. I'll engage them privately. So let's take that thread, for example, that mommy, this actually happened, that mommy potty training thread. So you're all engaging and joking on the post, and then I actually went in and I guess going back, taking the time, I took the time to inbox them. Thank you so much. Who was it? Diana. Thank you so much, Diana. I'm going to try that. And a little bit more chit chat, 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 and a little bit more chit chat. Some of them are team members. Janelle and Adina, Facebook. Frida and Lakeisha, Facebook. G, Facebook. I'm talking about what I do. All right. Guess what now? Can't read my own handwriting. What is this? What is this? Gonna start with those notes. I did have to keep me on track. What is this? Guess what now? Oh, guess what now? Let's chit chat about the business. Okay. Guess what now? Can't read my notes. So guess what now? At that point, you can chit chat about the business a little bit. And this part is kind of personal because you'll know when. And I wish I can give you an exact time frame of when I introduce the business, but you'll know when. Some reports are so great, and I've actually never done this, but I've had this done to me several times. So when it happens, you get that call through Facebook. I'm like, why is my phone ringing? Someone's calling me. I didn't give them my number. So sometimes that report will be that great. Maybe that person will call you. Or you'll even ask, hey, can we keep in touch? And you exchange that information. You have some people who that contact and that report, it's just a little bit quicker. You have others, it takes a little bit more time. So you'll kind of know when you are able to introduce the business in, and it's done in a casual setting. It's done in a way that makes sense. With my mom's, one of the times I introduced it, and it's a lot easier with a lot of the stay-at-home moms, is just more chit-chat. How do you spend your day? And I'll speak with them about the business. If they're not a stay-at-home mom, again, I'm able to just talk to them about your business. When you are asking them about them, and then it switches over to you and they inquire about you, they're going to notice you don't mention leaving for your 9 to 5. They're going to inquire when you say, well, I'm able to work from home. I'm able to go on the field trip. I'm able to volunteer with Girl Scouts. I'm able to, well, what do you do? You told me work from home, but what is it exactly? Sometimes some people ask me, are they hiring? Absolutely, and you're speaking to it. Also, what happens when you engage in groups and you send out your request, or we'll take myself for example. I've been maxed out with the 5,000 prior to Surge, so people can send me requests. Well, some can send requests, some can't send requests. But what I did was I turned my follow feature on. And that's a little bit more advanced with Facebook. I'm not going to get into that part exactly. But I have my following feature on. They're not my Facebook friends because I don't have any more space for that. But when I make my post public, they're able to still see it. And they're able to follow it. And, oh, perfect. Let's talk about that. I didn't mean to, but that's a great segue. Making your post public. Whenever you are posting, not just about the business, you should make your post public, because right now the majority of us, our posts are set to our Facebook friends only. But I'll make posts that are business related public. I will make private posts public. As Letitia mentioned, people are nosy, they're nosy, they're nosy. So they want to find out about you a bit as well, not just you in Surge, but you outside of Surge. So I'll make these public so people who are following me, they're able to see these different things. And something about your page should really, it should still be you, yes, it should still be personal. But if they go to your page and they don't know you're in Surge, you're not doing something right with your page. Your page should really be a revolving, mine, if you go to it, it is a revolving advertisement for Surge 365. And you don't even realize it's a revolving advertisement for Surge 365. When a few weeks ago, I was able to go with my 9-year-old for a field trip at school. What's a field trip at school? How is that a revolving ad for Surge 365? I'm showing you the kind of lifestyle I'm able to have because I have my home-based business. And I may throw it in there without even mentioning Surge 365. That's really important to have because you don't realize how many people are doing just that and being nosy and kind of checking things out and looking. I don't want to get too close. I just want to view things from over here. View away. You're going to be able to view and see the kind of lifestyle that I have and I'm developing for myself, for my family, for my 9-year-old. You're going to see this, and it's all a part of the relationship building. Because with a business like this, and especially when you build them with social media, people can have a little bit of skepticism in there. And they want to know, well, is this someone I want to align myself with? So you have to be willing to open up a little bit of yourself so that they can see that and they can know, okay, yeah, Mary seems great. Sonia seems great. Frida seems great. This is someone who I actually want to build a relationship with, and we'll go this way, build a relationship with, and possibly partner. Track your work and follow up. Tracking. Did I mention tracking? Saying that so many times because I'm also speaking to myself. I'm going to raise my hand on that one. I'm going to raise both hands on that one. Someone over at that table needs to raise their hands on that one. Tracking. You have to track it. And I know I said, wait, track your work. But this is relationship building. It's intentional. This is work. You're working at your relationship. I will tell you personally, I have had people who I started this process with, and things were great, but because I wasn't tracking this early on in the business, and because there were so many of them early on in the business, I come to conferences and I've seen them, and I'm like, oh, hello, when did you join? And I can't point a finger. Anyone but here. I wasn't tracking. You're a catch. And I wasn't tracking. And I already caught you. But because there were so many that I was working with and I wasn't tracking it properly, I also just let you go. and someone else came along and said, woo, you are a catch, and I'm gonna spend this time to build this relationship with you. If you go through all of these steps, but you are not tracking what you're doing, don't bother doing it. Really don't bother doing it. You can spend your time elsewhere. You can spend that time tracking your expenses. You can spend that time doing something else. You have to be able to track it and understand follow-up. Follow-up. Do you know how many months did it take for you to say yes before you saw the light? 2 months. 2 months. Shorter, about a month.
I don't think it took that long.
Few weeks.
You piqued my interest, and I was just like, where do I sign?
Mm-hmm.
I was ready.
I spoke with Frida. Frida is not my personal team member. She's in my team builder group. 3-way call in August. She joined in January. But guys, she's also here. I noticed the difference between those who we took that time to build a relationship with versus some of the ones, and you know, you will have some people come on board quickly. You don't need to have that relationship. I was one of them. I came on board in my car while I was waiting for my daughter to come out of school, did not go to the Surge 365 page to review anything. First time I went there was to sign up. Never saw a video. Renee was talking to me on the phone. I never even went to her Facebook page. I didn't know who she was. I knew Tashana. Tashana said, speak to her. I said, okay, let's talk. Came on board after about 20 minutes. So you will have some people who come on board quickly, yes. But I notice it's the ones who we took that time to cultivate that relationship first, who are on board and who understand, like Lakeisha and Frida and Adina and Janelle, the importance of this business. They're catching the vision. They understand the importance of events. It's just something about having that relationship there. There's really something about that. So that was really all I wanted to cover. I was keeping it nice and brief. This relationship building, if anything, that's that. What's the secret sauce? What's the missing step? What do you really do behind the scenes? No, I build relationships. I build relationships, and I'm not afraid to invest time even beyond social media for that. To have a phone call, to drive out and see you. Are there any questions? Yes. Tracking. So with your tracking, my tracking is pretty simple. First name, last name, have a space with their number, because I do try to get that number relatively early, and as long as I'm really building an authentic relationship and authentic rapport, that's not an issue. You know, we'll exchange contact information. So it's the first name, last name, phone number, email, as well as, I have to actually picture it. First name, last name, phone number, email. Oh, and then I have a box for, I get really detailed, but I have a box for DM with a check, which is direct message. And the direct message is, I put a check mark there if I inbox them and they reply back. Because sometimes you can inbox someone, you can direct message someone, and it goes into the filtered messages. They don't even see it. So I put that check mark there if they actually reply back. If there's no check mark, I know they didn't reply back. So I can actually go back into my messages and see. Sometimes you can see that it was viewed. Actually, every time you can see it was viewed. You can see if it was viewed or not. If you go into it and you can't tell if it was viewed or not, it could be in that filtered message. So if it's in that filtered message, I'll try to now get back to that person. I'll go on their main page and I'll tag them. You know, good morning, George. When you get a chance, can you just check your Facebook? Check your instant message. Check your private mailbox. Something to alert them to go there and check it, because I want them to see whatever it was that I said to them. I'll also put the name of the group. I get detailed. I put the name of the group where I met them. If I met them in Now everyone's gonna go there. I met them in Powerful Women in Business, for example. I'll put that down. PWIB. So I don't know. I met them in Powerful Women in Business. Also don't be afraid to speak with the admins and build a relationship with those admins as well. Shauna was an admin, or is an admin. I was an admin. Don't be afraid to build that relationship with admins, but again, build that relationship with admins, because again, and Shauna, I don't know if it happened with you or not, but speaking from the side of the table, I was inundated with people, join this, join that, get your people to do this, get your people to do that. I'm not replying, delete, and I may delete and block you. But those who, those who showed a genuine interest in the group got my attention first. I can see if you're really speaking with people and interacting with people, and then you message me, sure, you have my attention. You definitely have I'm going to reply back. I may even schedule some time to speak with you and listen to whatever it is that you're saying. I have multiple admins who I'm speaking with and working with now, and don't be surprised if you see some amazing things at convention because of these relationships that I've been building with the admins themselves. Several of them are ready to come on board and just bring their groups on board with them. I didn't start with, this is my business, this is what I want you to do. I even have people inbox me now. This is my business, this is what I want you to do. Join my team. Delete. And it could be a wonderful product, but I'm going to delete you. If this was a face-to-face, you just came over to me and started screaming in my face, I'm going to walk away. You want to know something? You really don't need to join a whole bunch. It is truly about finding some quality groups. Quality groups. And building that relationship within that group. I'm going to bring Renee up, for example. Renee has that one group. Now, it wasn't the group, it was the admin within the group. She built that relationship with her. There's not a set number for it. I probably work with less than you would think. I probably really work with less than you can think. I'm trying to think of, I'm looking at my list and picture my names. There's about 11 that I'm seriously working with now. I didn't start with a list of 100, if that helps. I didn't even start with a list of 50. I just went with quality groups. I didn't want to spread myself too thin because I knew that I wanted that engagement and I wanted the relationship and I wanted to build the rapport. I wanted that quality there. I didn't care about the quantity. So I'm not a part of a lot of them, but the ones I am a part of, they truly excite me. They truly speak to me. The mom group, because she'll be 10, but now I have a 2-year-old because I'm starting all over again. So I need to be connected with other moms going through this. So that really speaks with me. I'm a part of a few spiritual groups that really speaks to me. So join the ones that speak to you because you'll have a real interest in it and you'll be able to dive in more. It's great when you get to the point that it is in there. And that's your goal. Your goal isn't really a ton of them. It's if this was a group, it's you walking in and that's all greeting you. Hey, by your name. That's what you want. That's the feeling that you want in there. Because imagine what you can do with that. Not just the individual relationships. You can perhaps present the idea of, let's have a group cruise. And it'll be well accepted. Now, I tried that idea early on in the business and was shot down a lot. I have several planned for 2018 now. I took that time to build that relationship with them. So you'll find what your number is, but it's just really about getting there and building. Yes, ma'am. Yes. gonna identify them as the admin. It's definitely the person who started it, but sometimes I'll even put a few other people in charge, just to help them run the group and help them run the page, because maybe it's getting a little larger, or they have a 9 to 5, so they're not able to put that much time into it. But you can find out, let's say if there's 5 or 6 admin, you can find out which one is the one who started by looking to see who created it first. You may see that one has been a member for the past year and the other 4 have been a member for 10 months. So you know, founder, the other ones they brought on board to help. You're welcome. All right, any other questions?
Ms. Adrienne Dawkins.
No, only the speakers get a book. Thank you so much. You guys next. Oh wait, Captain's next. Captain Martin are next. Okay. Okay, so come on up here, you guys. Martin, are you coming too? Do you want the microphone?
Yeah, I think it's a crick in the neck. Yep. Hello.
Kat and Martin Roberts from Canada. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Got it. Don't reboot.
Okay, well, just while he's rebooting the thing or whatever he's doing, I think this is an excellent opportunity for all of us. Can I say we've had some really, really good speakers. Now, Adrienne talked about relationship building on social media. It also works with people that you connect with elsewhere. I'll just give you an example I've had recently. I've been talking to a guy it was 2 years in March. It was just before Surgery became official. He actually signed the platinum last Friday. 2 years. But that was through relationship building, talking to him, meeting him when I went to Ottawa. Oh, it's coming. And I say eventually he saw the light and he's on board. So it really is. You build those relationships, you will get those people. There we go. Okay, so we've heard about relationships, we've heard about stories and different people. And what we're going to talk about here today is working with your team and also how to find the rabbits. So rabbits. What is a rabbit? And before I talk about rabbits, I have to say that my inspiration for this came from Coach. He's been doing personal mentoring, sending out videos every day. And on day 19, he actually sent out a video about rabbits. And you see we've got a trademark up there. Chris Coakley. Chris Coakley is the founder of rabbits. He actually came up with the actual term. So what is a rabbit? It's somebody who's doing it. It's such a Sean, or it's an Adrienne, it's a Atisha. It's a Nick Pagano. Okay? It's somebody who's actually doing it. They're doing the business. It can be in your downline, and it can be anywhere in search. It's a story. And we all like stories because stories sell. So what I want to know here is, you've heard Shoshana's story today, you've been hearing different stories from different people, you know other stories in the company. So I'd like a couple of you to tell me, what inspired you to join Surge 365? Why did you join? What did you hear? Any volunteers? Did anybody inspire you to do that? Did you hear anybody's story? Okay, love it. Okay, anybody else? Stacey, did you have your hand up there? Okay. Did anybody join Search 365 because they had a story like Tashauna's? Back there? Yeah, Tashauna's story. So you heard that story. So Tashauna's story, Tashauna is a rabbit. Okay? And what you need to do, you need to be looking for those rabbits. Look for those rabbits in your downline. Look for those rabbits anywhere in the company. Those rabbits are stories. They are success stories. Okay? Now, why do we need the rabbits? We like the rabbits and we need those rabbits because, as I said, people like success stories. If you tell them all doom and gloom, oh, don't join that company, that's no good. They don't have any money. Are they going to join? How long ago was number 5? In 80 days, she got $50,000. In less than 365 days, she became director. Are they going to join? So they want the stories from your rabbits. So you have to learn how to look for those rabbits. And already you've got rabbits you can follow. But you're going to find more rabbits. As your downline grows, as your team grows, you're going to find somebody in your team. And they're going to start being successful. And they'll be more successful than you. Like, you know, it doesn't matter who's where. You need those stories. You need those rabbits. If you don't have one, you haven't got one in your downline, borrow one. Mm-hmm. Did you think of anybody you could borrow one from? Yeah, plenty. Yeah, plenty. What about you, Michelle? Do you think of anybody? Yeah. I mean, we've got so many success stories, so many rabbits. Don't ask me where Chris Coakley got the word rabbits from, but rabbits it is. They're going to become your rabbits. Your downline grows, they're going to... It's gone off. There you go. Okay. Right. You're going to find them. You're going to find people who are successful. Who's got somebody in their downline right now who they feel is going to become a rabbit? Yeah? Nice show of hands there. Do you feel that rabbits breed rabbits? Yeah. Rabbits like to do things. And when those rabbits do things, more rabbits appear. Okay, so different people are going to identify with different stories. So you need to have more than one rabbit. You may have your single mom rabbit. You may have this guy who's got lots and lots of money, successful in the financial industry. He could be a Pagano. Okay? Think about the different rabbits that you can have. Think about the people, your audience, the people you're talking to. Remember, stories for the right people. You're going to tell somebody who's maybe, I don't know, they've been traveling all their life and they've got lots and lots of money. And then you tell them a story about somebody who's been successful but not necessarily in their field, maybe a professional athlete. Identify with the people. So a few of the rabbits, a few success stories. I'm going to start with Coach because it's all Coach's fault why I'm talking about rabbits anyway. He's been knocked down more than once. Lives in one room. He's picked himself up again and again. He's an inspiration to us all. And if he can do it, we can do it. Juliet St. John. Juliet is a huge rabbit. Once again, a single mom living out of her car. She couldn't afford an apartment and send the kids to college. So she chose to live in the car, shower in the rest services, the service station, whatever you call them here in the US. She talked to everybody everywhere. And one of Juliet's stories that always sticks with me, she said, I would go to the airport and I would stand in line at the car rental counter. And I would talk to the person in front of me and I would talk to the person behind me. And when I got to the counter, I would talk to the person behind the counter. Then I go over to the next car rental line and I would do exactly the same. Stories, rabbits. She's now a multi-millionaire.
Shauna, congratulations to Shauna. A huge rabbit. How many of you are using Shauna's story? Oh yeah, okay. A huge rabbit. And has Shauna bred rabbits? Letitia, a red breeding rabbit. They're breeding rabbits as well. Single mom from welfare to marketing director. And I'm put here in 365 days, actually less. $10,000 bonus earners. They're rabbits. Share the videos of them. They're opening their checks with Coach. Share those videos. The multiple $1,000 bonus earners. Tell people about the leaders on a regular basis. We get the checks. We're in the Karma Club. Share that information with people. The rabbit stories don't always have to be the huge stories. A lot of people, they can only identify to a certain level. So they can maybe see, well, is achievable for me. They don't realize that if they carry on, those $1,000 are going to lead to more $1,000. They're very, very happy. And then what's going to happen one day is going to be $10,000 and beyond. So it's nice to push the goals high, but sometimes identify with that person and be on the level that they can comprehend at that time. It's going to change. I like this. I may not own a private jet, but one of my goals, I want to fly in a private jet. Success stories. How many success stories do you have to hear before you have your own? It's coming. So you need to find the rabbits. You need to push the rabbits. Tell everybody that story or stories. Make a lot more rabbits. Shauna's got rabbits here. They're making rabbits. They're making more rabbits. They breed like crazy. Probably, I'm guessing that's why Chris chose the name rabbits. I'm starting to think that. Tell the stories over and over again. Facts tell and stories sell. So what I want you to do right now, I want you to hop to it, start looking for those rabbits. And just before I hand it over to Martin, does anybody have any stories, any questions or stories? All good? Okay, so I'm going to hand it over to Martin, who's going to be talking to you more about working with your team, and very importantly, they're not just a number, they're a team member, and you need to know how to retain your team.
Try to make it look not too business-like, but my objective was to really just talk to you and identify how we retain team members and drive the business forward. Because your team's growing. You've introduced people to the business. You're happy, your upline is obviously happy because they're going to get something as well. But the challenge is to keep them. I mean, getting people on board, sometimes it's easy as anything, but would you agree sometimes it can be quite a challenge? So let's try and keep that. We don't want all that hard work just going down the drain. We need to retain them. So, and this covers any business. When retention is successful, the businesses, oh, I lost the word in there, but businesses grow. The credibility of the company, of the business increases. And of course, longevity is the important thing. We don't want to be a 5-minute wonder and then everything disappears. When it's a failure, I got the same problems, Kath, there. Businesses struggle to survive. Static or negative growth, we don't want that. How are we going to bonus if we're sitting there just doing nothing? And people leave us. They go to the competition because they've got more credibility than we have. And ultimately, our business will collapse. So, the key to success is retain. So, as leaders, as a business, we need to build relationships. We've had an excellent presentation about just now. So, building those deep relationships is very much an important aspect of what we do as leaders. We need to empower. We need to provide the people that we introduce to the company with the right tools, the right systems to enable them to be successful. Train them. How many people get training every week? Excellent. Because if you don't know about the product, how can you sell it? These are things that are so important. We need to get away from that. It's scary. We need to affiliate. Yeah. We need to make sure that the new people that we bring on feel part of a team. They belong. It's such a strong need, and people will just, well, we won't even go there. Inspire. We have wonderful people that inspire us in the company. Obviously, we have Coach. We have all the different members, the people who are successful within our business. To Shauna, I hope you're getting royalties for every time you're mentioned. But all the successful people in our business, they inspire us. They give us something to reach for. And that is important. We need to be nurtured. They need to be nurtured. We need to provide support. We need to encourage. We know everybody has their ups and downs. So, in the relationship, these are the strong or the positives. You build that mutual feeling of inclusion. And keep regular contact, because if you don't, they start to feel as if they're not as important as maybe some others. In a weak relationship, yes, they're going to become discouraged, and eventually they'll give up and leave. Not what we want. When we empower people, put the right tools and systems in place, challenges are reduced because you have all the tools. You've got your back office, you've got the mobile app, you've got people like the concierge if you've got questions about on the club itself once you're in there. But you've got all these resources. Use them, become familiar with them, and once people know about and how to use them, they are going to feel much more confident. And because with all those tools, success is all but guaranteed. I say all but because nothing's 100%, even our warranty or guarantee. Okay, I'm going to stand over here without them. Yes, they just give up and quit. Because at the end of the day, you can't build a skyscraper with sandcastle tools. Train. So we've done covered R-E and now the T. So this is the key. It builds resolve. People become more confident. Obviously, it provides personal growth, and most important is consistent information. You talk to two different people, and they come on board, and they talk to one another. You said one thing to one person, something different to somebody else, now they're going to start to wonder, especially if it sort of slightly contradicts the information that each of them has. So you do need to make sure that your information is consistent. Affiliation. Now, one of man's deepest drives, and I mean man in a general term, we all need to feel that we belong. It develops a feeling of significance. I'm just getting too close, it's going to squeal again. And you know what? When we feel appreciated and valued, we get the happy face that was talked about. Because we go in there talking to our prospects, and we're smiling, we're confident. I've got the tools, I know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to go in there because I belong to something stronger than the person that I'm trying to bring on board. And the thing that you'll always find, like, what was I here? 3-way calls at 2 o'clock in the morning? You're going to make those sacrifices. I'm going to be up at 5, but I'm making that call at 2. But you'll do that because you believe in what you've got, you belong to something that is worth doing. I'll get up and then I'll go back and get an hour or 2 sleep. Inspiration or motivation. Obviously, this is where a lot of our people excel because they pick us up when we're down. They help us to refocus on our original goal. They get us back on track and they support us in so many ways that, well, yeah, we keep going. And these things can happen in so many ways. Obviously, it can be just sitting at a corner here having a coffee. Yeah, it could be over a lunch, dinner meeting, just phone calls, the odd email, and as we've all experienced, the infamous messages from Coach. And nurture. Now, this is the last letter in retain. The important thing, it provides the opportunity for growth. And now that could be professional and personal, and matches with the support, because they do so hand in hand. The important thing for us all, we're all independent. We all belong to Search 365, but each one of us has our own business. So think about this as you become more confident, just like our children. As they grow up, we do everything else that I've talked about to our children. Now all of a sudden, we have this little independent person running around, driving us nuts because they know better than us. But the important thing is, we are becoming more confident, more independent people, independent business owners. So keeping it short and sweet, retention has to be our primary goal. If we're going to enjoy the success, okay, I'll get another $1 in a minute to Shauna, to enjoy financial freedom, all of those things that form the retain guideline need to be in place. It's something we need to do every day and build it into our leadership style. I would love you all to become the leader today that you wanted to be tomorrow. That's it. Now that's a thank you from me, but it's also a thank you to the likes of, I hope you'd be here, Coach Nick, because one of the things when I was researching this, And I found myself, and I thought, yeah, we're talking about working with our teams. I thought this was an important aspect. And as I worked through the article and brought all this information together, it dawned on me, everything that Coach does for us, everything that Coach does for Kath and myself, are reflected in that. Whether it's intentional and they already knew it, and I just bored Nick to tears, or whether it's just their natural style of leadership, they practice retain, and for that, I thank you.
Believe it or not, you get a book too. Only one for the two of you though. So who's next? Someone, I was wrong last time. Oh, Phyllis, okay. So Phyllis is going to tell us how to use the mobile app. And I want you guys to get ready for the end of her presentation because there won't be a dry eye in the place, right? You better get your tissues out, ladies.
Check, 1, 2. Yeah, I just was seeing that this could be adjusted. Well, I want to tell you, my husband and I are delighted to be here with all of you, and thank Nick for this. We're so happy Coach could come. It's just nice to connect with everybody on the team. So I want to tell you my little story. Everybody loves stories. Right there started my story. Tim and Michelle, my son and daughter-in-law. Called them up. They live just a few jumps down the road from us. And I said, what are you doing Sunday? This happened many years ago. And he said, oh, we're having a little party. You're having what? I haven't heard about it. And he says to me, well, Mom, it's a travel party. And you haven't been, he calls it off the farm in 10 years. And I said, well, that's true. We weren't traveling. But he said, well, why don't you come over and see Michelle and I and have something to eat, meet everybody. So I said to my husband's kid, I said, bring the check. I don't know what this is about, but they're doing something. And whatever it is, we're going to help them. Well, we went over. We got in there. I wasn't looking for travel. My husband wasn't looking for travel at the time, or if he was, he didn't tell me. So what happened is, we walked in and had the nice little presentation sitting there. All of a sudden I heard residual income. And when I heard that, I said, we're doing this to help the kids. That's what we call them. But guess what? This is great. We're going to have a retirement. That was what it was about. It was about money. I like money. You don't have to have it. So it's whatever it can buy, you know. And in this case, not only were we helping the kids, but we were helping ourselves. So it was a win-win, absolutely. So now that you know the little story, oh, I guess I didn't finish it. He told us to go home. He said, Mom, you're not doing this. Well, guess what? We went home, finally, after we had a nice day. And on the way home, we said, and literally, he would not let us sign on, activate our account. He sent us home. And we got home, and we called the person that had presented. And we said, sign us up. And Michelle and Tim got an email that we were on board. I waited till the next day to call it. And so it's been great fun, great ride. This was about 10 years ago, and it's all good, all good. That's why we're here today. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you guys were watching that. I'm too busy telling my story here. So, a couple things I feel are really important in this business, and I see everyone here has it. It's motivation. Because without motivation, oh my gosh, where would we all be? I mean, it's just something that's within you, and it's nice to be able to help people. We all know there's some you can't help. But we've got wonderful people, and there's a lot of people we can help, and it's worldwide. And consistency, because every day I work the business. Every day. I get up and I think, who am I going to meet today? Who am I going to work with today? You know? So it's fun. It's anticipation that makes it so much fun. Also, those that know me know I basically work all night with Surge. And I absolutely, with Surge, am doing the post, the promoting that way, and that's, I profit, my team profits. I help them to do what they want to do. And not everybody wants to build, we know that. So, you know, but we have a great group. Tim and Michelle probably mentioned, we do meetings once a week at their house. We downsized. We used to do them at our house down the road from Tim and Michelle's, but we decided to downsize, so we go to their house every week. They got a big house. We have these wonderful meetings, and we love all our people and our business folks. So talking about posting, promoting, and profiting, we talked some already here today about the value of the social media, Facebook, Twitter, you know, Instagram, LinkedIn. There's so many different venues that you can use. One of my stories is right over here in a pink dress, and that's Dorothy Pilgrim. She came all the way from Australia. For any of those that don't know, travel to this event. And this was actually the first time I'd met her in person. So her story is, she obviously saw an ad I had posted. I believe it was something about travel, right, Dorothy? And so she wanted some information, and I sent a little video. We're going to get into that mobile app here. And I wrote, do you want to learn more after the video? And she wrote back and said, yes. She wanted to know more. So I said, would it be okay if I called you Facebook? Oh, no charge, either way. And she said, sure. And I don't know what time this happened. It could have been around midnight, my time. It could have been 3 in the morning, because she's days over where she is. You know, I might say night for me, but days for her. So we work rather well together in that regard. And we talked for a little bit, answered questions. And I said, well, is there any reason you wouldn't like to set up your account today, tonight, whatever it was? And she said, I want to do it. I said, you ready right now? She said, yes. And we got it done. She became Surge 365 member, platinum. And that was from one little video. It actually was a 2-girl one. So I went through, I have a little, you know, presentation I do when I talk personally to people to answer more questions that aren't on that video. But after I had told her what we had, she wanted it. And then she said, and I think so-and-so will do this. She connected me to her person. My husband was up running around still. He hadn't gone to bed. And that was the next person over there. They came on the same way. Same time, same night. So somehow when we connect with these people, we have to try to let them know we're not a scam. You know, as a person, not a business, but, you know, we have to let them know, we have to build some kind of credibility. I'm in front of that again. I can't seem to stay away from it, but. So, whoops, now it's working. So somehow, I guess I'm able to convey that I'm honest. I talk a little bit about that I retired early from the university. And, you know, I like to do Facebook, you know, video so that people can see that I'm a, well, I was going to say normal, but I guess there's not too much normal about me. We don't want to be normal, right? We want to be abnormal. So, having said that, okay, so the thing I didn't finish up at the beginning before I go on was don't prejudge, and don't let your people that come on prejudge who might or might not want this business, because nobody could know me much better than those two right there, Tim and Michelle, and they predicted we wouldn't be in the business. We had no reason to be in it because we didn't travel. We probably wouldn't want to be in it. So that's something we learned from that little experience of our family. So now I'd also like to tell you what I use for a system, basically. My system. So my system is that I use the mobile app all the time. Just about everything. When I was thinking of how much, it's probably more than 80%. It's probably more like 98%. That's what I do, because we have all these wonderful tools that we've been given. And that's why, you know, it's not like it used to be where you had to truck around to appointments and do just phone calls. I mostly do texting. Everybody likes texting. Sometimes I don't know why, but they do. So I give them usually the video of the two girls, the overview. That's the one I use. It's short, to the point, and it's not too confusing because it doesn't mention a lot of things. And then if they want to know more, I try to set up a call to them, a Facebook call, particularly when I'm doing it out of the country, you know. And along with that, I do one of two things. I send that video, and I send either to Shauna's video, or I send Tim and Michelle's video. Sometimes one, sometimes the other. And so it gives them a little bit of a personal look into people that are in the business. And at the end, when they've looked at all that, like I said, I'll do a Facebook call, answer questions, chat with them a little bit, build that relationship. Although it didn't take as long, did it, Dorothy? No. And I'll say, if I've answered all your questions, would you like to activate your business now? That's what we do. That's all we say. Because, you know, we've all known about that saying, you can't say the right thing to the wrong person or the wrong thing to the right person. So, you know, that really is so true. We've just found that to be totally, totally true. So I got just a couple more little things I'd like to share with you. Skip, can you come up here just a minute, my dear? I won't make you talk. You can just come up beside me, because this is a story, and it's a true story, and it just happened maybe Thursday. So his hairdresser, actually called me to change his appointment because he wanted to get beautiful with his hair to come to this. And I go to a different hairdresser, but it's the same building, just a matter of days. So I go to someone else, but I had known this girl for a little bit now. And I had sent her a video a few months ago. So when she called me, who I don't usually even see her, I said, "Oh, Stacy, have you had a chance to look at that video I sent you?" "No," she says, "I haven't." I said, "Really?" I said, "Well, you know, we have a hairdresser that's done wonders with this business." And I said, she was complaining to me because she had some canceled appointments. And she said to me, "I'm looking for something." And I couldn't believe it. She said, "I'm looking for something." And I said, "Really?" I said, "Well, do you want to make more money?" "Absolutely." So I have an appointment with her at 1 o'clock on Tuesday. Yes, you can go if you want, or no, you'll stay here. He's going to be on my arm. Okay, so I have to go over here for a minute, see what I'm talking about next. Oh, he's going to. All right. The other thing I want to tell you is I had a guy in Canada that finally wrote to me. Apparently, he'd been stalking me on the internet for a while. Well, guess what? He wanted to know more about my business. So he'd been watching me, apparently quite a while before I knew it. And that was kind of building a relationship, at least his knowledge of what I was doing. And then we chatted a few times. And then he said to me, "I want to do this." So you never know when your stuff is out on Facebook what's going to happen. And it's just, I think it's an invaluable, you can't even put a price on having this tool of the mobile app. How many of you do use the mobile app? Yeah, it's fabulous. Whoops, did I lose power? Nope. All right, and so really, the only other thing I want to say, and I think we've heard this before today, but it's so important. I've learned that people I've talked to for, I'd say ages, but not ages maybe, but you know, months, years, whatever, all of a sudden I'll think, "Oh, I gotta call them again, or I gotta connect with." They're probably not interested. Yeah, I just had somebody come on that, you know, I thought I probably talked to them 7 to 12 times. And you think, you know, you don't want to bug people. So that's where, you know, I have to feel, am I doing too much? And I'll go in and say, maybe I'll just say, "How are you today?" And I don't say anything else. I don't talk about the business. I just say, "What you doing? Hope you're having a great day," something like that. So fortune is in the follow-up. No question about it. We all know that. So I want to thank also everybody that came. Especially I want to thank Jean from Vermont. Yes. And I want to thank Dorothy from Australia, came all the way. And Dorothy, stand up, Dorothy, so everybody can come see you. Come over here. So what you're going to see now is a sweet video that she made for me. And I've posted it some. I've been doing a little posting with it. Anybody that wants one, this is a great story. Dorothy is passionate about an orphanage that she works with. And so what we're doing is donating $100 to this orphanage because they need a bus for these kids. And that's how I got my video. And if anyone is interested, see Dorothy. She can help you. And I think you'll love it as much as I do. Thank you all. I forgot to ask anybody if they do have some questions. They didn't let me sit down before you told me. 1, 2, okay. Oh, I'm always changing it up. I might talk about, would you like to make $1,000 bonus in 30 days? And I do keep it short. People don't want a long read. That's what I'm finding. That's what I'm seeing. And if on Facebook, if I do the short, I get the big lettering. And it's going to jump out at them better. So I tend to do that. I might say, would you like to make money for today and residual income for tomorrow? That's it. I don't talk about the name of the company or anything necessarily most of the time. So that's the kind of thing I do.
What's the chairman share? We did an interview with Kobe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. And suitcase.
This is a suitcase video. Okay. Yes, that was a suitcase video.
So, I know you sent out the 5-minute video.
Yes.
But I struggle with the fact that they start asking 50 million questions after watching that 5-minute video.
Your prospects do?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Where the ultimate trail social video kind of explains and allows me to say like that's about what you've all heard and how much the price. They are able to choose which one and then kind of fill the deal. You don't remember that?
Well, I have used it, and I think it's an excellent video. But what I found, and everybody's different, what might work for me might not work for you. So, you know, we shouldn't close our minds to anything. But I find that one works, and then I try to get like a call with them. Because then I have my own little presentation that I do. And I tend to tell them, you know, there's some options, but I'm going to tell you about the platinum membership first. Because who doesn't want the best? You know, who wouldn't want the best they could get? So that's how I do it. You know, there's no wrong or right. It just tends to work. And if they say, well, they got questions and you've done the 5-minute one, then you can connect. Sometimes I love the Richard Branson video. That's the one you're talking about, with this picture on the front. But sometimes, even though I think it's very good, it gives a lot of information. And then maybe they think, oh, I'll do $99. Well, then I need to explain to them, if you do $99, that's fine. But really, you're going to want to upgrade to maximize your membership. You know, to get the membership in order to make the money you want to make. So I don't encourage that because I know I wouldn't be happy in it. Okay. Mm-hmm. That's excellent. Excellent.
Walk within the back office and make sure that they pull up their witness guide, a prospect tracking sheet, make sure they watch the 5 mobile app videos, and even though they don't have a platinum,
right.
I make sure that they watch within the next 24 or 48 hours those training videos for the membership. And that way they know what it's like. And then I look at my back office and they upgrade.
So it's working good for you?
Yeah. Well, as far as if they do get started at $100, because that's all they can financially afford. At least that's what they say. And somehow they found the other $300. So, you know, but once they see the membership, because a lot of times they're like jumping out here spending $400, they don't know what they're getting. But if they kind of get those training videos that they have access to, they upgrade.
Okay, well, that's good to know. Thank you. Anybody else? That's it then.
Oh, one more last question. So I had where my team, I try to get them to have, I don't know if it's a good thing or not, but so when I'm trying to get them to send a mobile app videos, okay, for people, so that way you can do some free ways. They're saying nobody's open. But I find that you have, I mean, I guess if somebody randomly sends you a link, are you going to open it? Right. You know, you're going to think something's going to be scammed on your phone.
Right.
But
And at the same time, it's great to get on the phone and have some type of short conversation. But I find that me telling them to have that short conversation, they end up telling the whole video before they even watch the video. So then they don't click on the link and they tell them no. I don't even know what they're saying no to. So what do you suggest when you're telling your team, trying to get your team to send out a video? They don't have as much knowledge of the business as you do.
Right.
Or what do you tell them to say?
Well, that's an excellent question. And what I basically do as a follow leader is tell them to send out the overview. Then I've particularly been helping Dorothy at the present. And what I do is then when she gets someone that likes that video, she'll send them to me. She tells them I'm going to have my business partner talk with you because she can give you all the answers, hopefully. And so that's how I handle it. And then Dorothy handles it. We work as a team, her and I, and with everybody else, because right now, most of the people in my group, don't want to do that because they don't want to get asked a question they can't answer. And of course, when we have our presentations, we do the same thing. Ask, if you have questions, ask us.
Well, I've been getting a lot of comments to do this travel survey, that question number 8.
Okay.
And when they answer yes to that question number 8, that's open door. So for people who are like introverts that don't know how to talk to people,
yes.
I'm like, just say it's required that I did a mandatory survey. So that's how I'm helping my team with Juliet, they help your team with the group. I have to make sure that they get a certain amount of surveys, and I follow up with them. How many yeses did you get on question number 8?
Nice.
Because those are the questions that we use.
Very nice. Thank you. Okay.
You get a book too. Come on up here. I have a negative announcement first. The water is out in Northville, if you haven't noticed. So get in, Skip. Wait, let me get a little shorter.
Well, we do have the last name little.
I know. Okay, so thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I want to point out one other quick thing on Dorothy that you guys may not have heard. So if you like that video, how many people like that suitcase video? Okay. So 100% of the money, right? 100% of the money goes to the orphanage, and they're taking girls out of the sex trade in Indonesia, Malaysia, all over. Yeah. It's a good cause from what I've heard. You want to talk?
It's okay.
Maybe you get a book.
No, he hasn't got a book in his hand. Okay. The actual orphanage is in northern Sumatra. It's a long way out from anywhere. There are people in Australia who I won't take the time up today to tell you the story about how I actually came in contact with these people, but it's an amazing story. The thing is that these children are all from disadvantaged families, and a lot of families these children are really disadvantaged. So in other words, if they don't get the education and the help, they will end up on the street. They will probably die before they even get to being a teenager anyway. So there's a very high attrition rate on this. Now the school that's attached to this Hope Village, they're teaching them English, teaching them everything that we would have and that we would all be used to in the education system. And that's all financed and by people giving money from religious organisations in Australia. All right. So I've kind of got on board with this, and I just went out and said, well, what is it that you guys need And they said, well, actually, we need school buses. And when I went and had a look, and yeah, you need school buses. So that's what I'm about. I wanted to find a way of actually helping them move forward with their school buses. Now, when Nick comes in with this girl thing, all right, because I was telling Nick a story about this, so I know how he's actually, because I think, how did he come with that? And now I get it. But anyway, yeah, there basically as well, once, I won't go into that story either about what I was telling Nick, because you really don't have time for that either, but these children would end up in those kinds of situations. If then this orphanage, they are trying not to make it institutionalized. It's like a lovely house with all these children, and you can volunteer to go there, and basically, you know, you get lots of hugs, you help out, and, you know, do all these things. So it's a nice little community, and it's creating something really amazing where all of these children with absolutely no life, no potential, going nowhere, will end up being able to go all the way through to university, and they will come out with, you know, something amazing and have a really amazing life anyway. But a lot of those children too, if you remember back a few years ago about Aceh, where they had the tsunamis coming in, a lot of those children were actually orphaned from that there. So there we go. Thank you, Nick.
So how do people get a hold of you?
Well, email everybody, or Facebook. Email dorothypilgrim@gmail.com. So that's DOROTHY.
What was that next to last letter? H?
H.
That would be H in America.
Okay, so you got that DOROTHY pilgrim@gmail.com. I don't need to spell Gmail. No.
We got that.
Thank you.
Okay, and if you want the video, you make a contribution of a minimum of $100. It's all tax deductible, and give her whatever it is that you want on your contact information. If you want them to contact you via email, she needs your email. I mean, she's not a mind reader, right? If you want her to use text, she needs your phone number. If you want to use Facebook or something, use that. Okay? Are we good with that?
Yes.
Wait, I'm not done yet. Dorothy, come on up here for a minute. Why don't you say one more thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you just email me, I will actually email you a formatted little thing of what we need to get the information on there. So all you'll need to do is go through and formulate some little some points, and just tell me what you need, and that's great. But I will actually send you the email if you give me an email.
And there are some options. Yeah, there's options. You can have a white hand. You can have a African-American hand, you can have a woman's hand, you can have a guy's hand, you can, right? You can even have a child's hand. Yeah, those are the only options. Yeah.
And payment is going to be PayPal.
Yes, we have a system for that.
Okay.
I'll email that to you as well.
Okay, so I think we have two more speakers. Joanne White, I think, is next, right? According to the agenda. I'm so glad. Are you doing PowerPoint? Talking? This is Joanne White. She's one of the founders of All of Surge. So I would think you would want to give her a hand for that.
Thank you, and good evening, everybody. I want to talk about today how you can succeed in anything. And you know, the majority of us, we have this thought and feeling that we have to be motivated. When we are working and we are really on a roll, then all of a sudden we kind of slow down. the first thing we think, the first thing we say is, I need to get motivated. I need to get motivated to spring clean my house. I need to get motivated to clean out that garage. I need to get motivated to work on my business. I need to get motivated to work on my dreams. Well, you know, motivation is good, but motivation to succeed is garbage. And I'm looking at you all's faces, and I know you wonder, why are you saying that? I'm saying that because motivation is a feeling. So if we can only work when we are motivated, how often is that? Motivation is a reason why we do things. You know, where do we get motivation? From the company. On events like this. Yesterday, we were all motivated, excited. We saw each other we hadn't seen in a while. We high-fiving, we hugging, you know, congratulations, congratulations. Even when we go to conventions, that's our biggest motivation. Because we are seeing people statewide, even those internationally, and the same thing. Hey, how you doing? Glad to see you, glad. And we are motivated. And you know, mostly, probably everyone in this room, our greatest thing that we say after motivation, after convention, I'm so motivated when I go back, I'm going to tear this up. When I go back, I'm going to really build. I'm going to really do this. I'm going to really do that. And I see you smiling. I see some people nodding their heads because we do that. We are motivated. But let me ask you a question. How long does it last? 2 weeks? 2 months? Maybe for some a little longer. But then we are right back where we were, trying to get motivated again to get back started. So you say motivation isn't the key. What is the key? And the key has been told to you all day, from coach on down. But they use different wording in what the key is. And the key is a decision. When you make a decision to get started, when you make a decision to really work, then you will start doing your business. You see, just like Tashana said, it went from her head to her heart. But she made a decision that this was a tool that she was going to use to change her life. All of the ones, 5 and 7, and whatever the other number is, they decided Tashana can do it, and from her teachings that they could do it. They made a decision. Not only a decision, they put a date on that decision. That was a commitment. So when we decide and when we commit, that's when we really get started. It is not motivation. Now, motivation stimulates your decision, but it doesn't start you moving. And when the motivation stimulates, only your decision will change your life. And we are all only one decision away from changing our lives. And we can do that today. But it's not through motivation, because that doesn't last. You know, and when you make a decision, you get results. You know, we say we need to get motivated to start exercising. We need to get motivated to lose weight. You know, I traveled a lot, and I traveled in my business before I retired. And I would be out on the road 4 weeks, back in 2. I'd be back out 6 weeks, in 2. And what happened was I was going out to different cities, different places, bringing stuff in. But 2 weeks never taken nothing out. So guess what happened? I have a basement full of clutter that I'm working on now, trying to get out. But do you think I'm motivated to do that? No. But I made a decision that I'm tired of looking at that clutter. So every day, whether I feel like it or not, I get up, I go down the basement, and I start working to get that clutter out of my house. So that is a result. When you decide that you're going to exercise because you say that you need to lose some weight, when you make that decision and you actually do it, then you look better and your health is better. But most people do not exercise because of motivation. They exercise because of the decision that is something that they want to change in their lives. So today, if we want to be a Tashana, if we want to get one of those $10,000 bonuses, we have to decide that that's what we're going to do. Then we have to do everything that from Tashana on down that's been said today. Tashana said she worked her butt off. Do you think she's motivated for that? Or she decided that this is what I want? So if what we have seen up in the front of the room today, if that's what we want, let's stop now and make a conscious decision that we're going to do what it takes to get what we want. And we're going to make that decision and not rely on motivation. So with that being said, I want you to remember all of us are only one decision away from changing our lives today. Thank you.
I think Joanne deserves a book, don't you guys think so? You know, Joanne's one of my 7 to 10. Oh, wait a minute. So is Adrian. Oh, wait a minute. So is Tim Little. Wait a minute. So is Phyllis Little. Dorothy's going to be. You know, Kath Roberts is one of my 10 too, 7 to 10. So I have some pretty good people in there. I'm going to have to write something. That was super duper. Okay, who's next? Oh, wait. Katrina, you have to come up first. Katrina is coming too. Does everybody know who Katrina Bridges is? So let me tell you a secret. Here's what happens when any of you call me and say, hey, Nick, I need some help. I need you to do this. And don't I always say, sure? Whatever it is, we'll handle it. Just send me an email, and then I immediately push forward. So I think we have something special for a couple people, do we not? We do. Okay, let's do something special. So, as you guys know, everybody starts in this business at 0, and then you start building, and you get to be a team builder. And then you get a first $1,000 bonus. Well, once you get to a point where you get a few $1,000 bonuses, like 5, the company calls you a regional builder. And when you become a regional builder, it's a big thing in this company, big, 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 big. And you get your first gray jacket. So there's a couple of new regional builders. Would you guys like to meet them? Yeah.
I bet Tim and Michelle do.
I think you get more money. More money, yeah.
Your $1,000 bonuses become 1,100.
Right.
Your $10,000 bonuses
become 11,000. Yeah, so that's kind of good. It's kind of good. But when you become national builders, because this is just a momentary celebration, we're not getting you stuck here. When you become national builders, now the $1,000 bonus has become $1,200. The $10,000 bonus become $12,000. That's even more gooder. So let me introduce you guys to our latest regional builders, Tim and Michelle Little. Please wear it outside because it is really cold. Okay.
We both are, but I don't think we need the mic. Well, we do need Martin.
We do need Martin. Is Martin here? I can always talk with the mic. Don't you worry your pretty little head. All right. Martin, are you in the house? Going to give us a hand? Well, thank you guys for coming here, everybody. Thank you, Nick, for hosting. Let's give him a big round of applause. Yeah. And his lovely wife last night. Janice is fantastic. Yeah. Fantastic. Fantastic. And Coach, I wish Coach was still here. Let's give him a round of applause. Hopefully he's home with his family. That would be great. And we'll just see if our projection will work. If it does, we'll have him here. And thank you to Meadowbrook here. What a great spot, huh, everybody? Yeah, great spot. Give them a round of applause, everybody. Yeah. And everybody who spoke today, give yourself a round of applause and all your team. Awesome. Well, Tim's working on that. I'll start. I'm Michelle Little, and this is my husband, Tim. And there's a lot of ways to build this business, and we've heard from a lot of different people, a lot of different backgrounds, and it's all a good idea until it's not, right? Absolutely. So try everything and see what works for you, what works with your people, your connections. Tim and I, we lead with travel. That's our sweet spot. We love to travel. I have this great little bag down here. I'll pick it up real quick. I'll just grab that right here. And it's got a picture of us on it. Yeah, front and back. This is Negril Beach, Jamaica. That's where we like to go a lot, one of the many places. And this is the cliffs of Negril. So I walk around with this bag all the time, and the ladies love it. The ladies love it. They ask me about my bag, and I'm delighted to talk to them about my bag. And then we strike up a conversation about travel. So this is one way that you absolutely can build your business. It's how we build our business because we love to travel. And I don't know about you guys, but I think I do. We have the best travel business in the world, don't we? Absolutely, the very best. We have the best prices, don't we? Guaranteed for members, right? You can't find anything less online, right? We've got the best, absolutely the best. This works for friends and family. It works for acquaintances. This is my friend Diane right here, and she's on our team, and she is out of Minnesota. And her husband Jim on Negril Beach. On Negril Beach. And we kept in contact through Facebook.
In fact, we were stalked by Diane on Facebook.
We were stalked by Diane on Facebook.
We were stalked by Diane on Facebook. And she followed our posts and she said, what are you doing, Michelle? What are you guys doing? And that's when we connected. And Diane, I would reach out to her. I would drip on her. I would try not to bother her too much. And then finally, at the end of last year, 2016, she called me right around Christmas time and said, I'm ready. And it wasn't overnight. It was a process. And we had seen each other passing on the beach. And that's where I met Diane. And Diane's here today. Yeah.
We all know one of the hardest things to do, or what a lot of people think some of the hardest things to do, is to actually invite someone to see a presentation. Why travel works so well with us is we just use this one simple question right here. Would you like to know how to get the best price on travel every time, guaranteed? If anybody says no to that, it's on our way. But when they say yes, that's your conversation. That's your opener. For new people in our group, we invite them to then arrange a phone call or use the microphone. Okay. Yeah. For the new people in our group, we advise them to, basically be professional inviters. get them to get on a phone call with Michelle, tune into a webinar with us, do a Facebook Live, whatever it may be. My mother neglected to mention in her presentation that I believe the majority of her business is outside the country. Right? Yeah. And so those tools, Facebook, Zoom, whatever you're using, super valuable. And so this is why we like to lead with travel. People know us as travelers. We meet great people like Diane on the beach. We have another gentleman from the UK who we also met on the Grill Beach. She was the first person to activate a Surge membership in the UK. So very easy to have a conversation starting with that.
So another thing that Tim and I do is we try to relate to everybody. You have to kind of, God gave you one mouth and 2 ears for a reason. All right, so you're born that way. So listen more and say less. So when someone's talking to me about their favorite place to go, I listen and I engage. And that's how we relate to our guests. And we turn it all about them. We want to hear where they want to go. We want to hear where they've been that they love. We want to talk about their dreams. All right? And we want to bring it back home for them. So just relating to people. Smile. Remember we talked about that earlier? We're talking about smiling. That's all you got to do. And bring it right back. Love that.
We've heard a lot of people today talk about using social media and Facebook in kind of a generalized way. So you can be a lot more specific with it. We all see posts every day of somebody that says, oh, I just got back from a cruise. I had a lady that I spoke with last week who said she just finished paying her taxes and she wasn't happy about it. Or people that, people say way too much on social media. So if they're not making enough money, you're going to see it on social media. If they're paying too much taxes, you're probably going to see that too. But what you're also going to see is when they're talking about travel, that's the happy part of it. So, you can actually generally use Facebook and social media, but you can also specifically target certain people when they put those type of posts out there and really reach back at them in a specific way for themselves.
And social media, that kind of has been on one of the common denominators that we've heard today. And with Diane loved to travel, and she didn't want to pay more in taxes, and she was looking for something else to do. And I watched her post those things. And when we had those relationships, where's my relationship? Are you back there? Okay. We built those relationships, and we built on the foundation of something we had in common. We loved to travel. She didn't want to pay more taxes. She wanted to get the best pricing anyways. She wanted an opportunity for her family, her children, and her grandchildren to listen to what the person is saying, and then you can go from that angle too. You have to listen and you have to focus on that. There can be all these other distractions and all this other stuff going on. Don't talk about that. Don't talk about that. Talk about what interests them. Okay? Find that one common denominator and go from there. Build from that. Definitely build from that. We talked about tax benefits, income, or both specifically. When we talk to people, Tim and I talk about our story, okay, and our situation. I own a dance studio, so I'm 100% self-employed, and we have business, which is great. And Tim does finance and sales, okay? So we've done a couple different things throughout our lives, and we were sick of paying taxes. We were sick of paying too much in taxes, and we needed a home-based business. So we talk about what we saved. And from 2015 to 2016, this year was a $12,000 swing. We tell people with $12,000, maybe help your financial situation and your family. With an additional $4,000, does that sound a lot like to you, or $1,000? I mean, everybody's numbers are different in their head and what could help them. But when they hear that and they see the numbers are right there in front of you in black and white, it's hard to deny. It's hard to deny. So we talk about that, and we're very candid, we're very open, and we're very transparent. That's really important.
So as Michelle said, taxes are a key thing for us. In 2015, we didn't actively have a travel business. And when we went to do our taxes in 2016, we got killed. Our CPA actually, at the end of the appointment, said, you guys really saved a lot of money over the years with your travel business. You really need to find something like that again. Well, this was in the second week of February 2016. We always go to Jamaica at the end of the month. for a couple weeks. And when we got back from Jamaica in March, oddly enough, we got a phone call from our old friend Vaughn Nickelberry. Everybody knows Vaughn, right? So Vaughn was checking in on us. We worked with him in the past. He said there was great new things going on at Surge, and would we be open to taking a look at it? And after the conversation we had with our accountant, we were more than willing to have a look at it, especially knowing the caliber of people that we've been associated with in the past with the company. So, you talk about how things kind of fall into place. That all kind of happened, now it seems like for a reason. And we're thankful to be back here involved with the travel business and with all you great people.
Thank you. We actually just celebrated our 1-year anniversary with the company, June 1st. So we're super excited. So if we can, Tashana becomes director in under a year, and we can do regional too, and you guys can get your bonuses too. Everybody can do this. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I'm like, oh, geez, please. But it's one step at a time. That journey of 1,000,000 miles starts with one little step at a time, and from the very beginning, you don't go from being Clark Kent to Superman, like Coach said. There's a lot of metamorphosis going on in there and a lot of changes, and you have to embrace them and take them and be thankful for them, and just do it. Just go with it. I'm not sure this is going to roll up or should. Well, I think we should. We built it. We built it. So we talked to folks about how they can participate. That's the other thing too. There are options, as you all know. You can come in and be a travel agent and take that travel agency program for $99, which is great. I think just about everybody can afford $99. Bags and hairstyles and shoes, they add up. So I think that's a real good way to get folks started. And then we talked the Vortex Plus, which is the next level, which you guys know, which is awesome. And then the Platinum membership. Tim and I tend to start out right with the biggest package, and we go from there. And if we have to, change things up or upgrade people, we do that too. Again, it's about them. It's not about Timmy and I. It's about them and what they want to do here.
One thing that she skipped over here briefly is we tend to not use the words sign up, set up, or join. Those sound like I'm going to be in the military somewhere, which is not bad, but maybe not what I'm looking to do. So we try to use words like participate and activate. I think it's a more positive word. It doesn't tend to put people off like maybe sign, set up, or join might. As Michelle said, we'll lead with the Platinum membership. And I think what a lot of people do as part of that, we always show 3-way comparisons. I think sometimes what people do is they get caught up in doing a comparison of a night here or a night there, versus what we show people is typically week vacations where we're showing them, sometimes, it's always more than $1,000 savings, and sometimes it's a few $1,000s. So we always try and show a comparison that one trip alone takes care of their membership and their yearly fees. If you can show somebody that, then there can be no objection to becoming a Platinum member. So I think that's important to note.
One thing too that I like to share, being a business owner of a dance studio, is I tell folks, do you know what my overhead is? Does anybody here have a traditional business that kind of has brick and mortar and walls and employees and stuff? So it's expensive. And when I tell people I have 12 to 14 staff at any given time, and our rent is $4,000 a month in rent for my dance studios, and that doesn't include heat and lights and insurance. For me to be full-time and my business partner Rachel to be full-time, we have to pay everybody else until I get paid. Okay? I tell you, your business investment is $400 one time, and your monthly overhead is going to be $69.95. I'm like, are you kidding me? I just want people to know what the value that they're getting here. And that's important. And being candid again, open, honest, and transparent. If I can make a dance studio of 20 or 30 students to 400 with one other human being, do this with the help of our staff, then you can be successful and I will help you, and so will Timmy. So, it's important that people have those gauge of references, and it's also important that you know who you're talking to. Okay, maybe a single mom is not going to relate to that. Maybe an engineer or a scientist might not relate to that, but someone will. The person I'm talking to will.
So a program that we started, I guess it's been a couple of months now, is when we have a new platinum member SBA in our team builder group, we offer them this guarantee, and that is if they provide us with 12 real appointments. And a real appointment can be a phone call, it can be a one-on-one, it can be a FaceTime, where we actually have somebody in front of us that's a viable person. If they provide us with those 12 appointments in 30 days, and we don't have them 3 and free, we pay their first month's $59.95 fee. So, does anybody have people that were fine to pay the $3.99 but get all hung up on the $59.95 a month? Okay, so this is your key to making that go away. Because when that person comes to you and says, "Oh, I think I'm going to just have to get out. I can't afford the $59.95," you can go back to them and say, "Well, wait a second. We got a guarantee for you right here. Maybe you didn't do it when you first got involved, but let's start today and give me those 12 names and those appointments, and we will make you 3 and free." So that's a great way to kind of preemptively take away that objection and take away that reason to not be involved. The thing that's happened in the time that we've had that program is our new members provide us more leads, but I don't think we've had any of them that have provided us all 12. They might have provided us 8 or 9, and maybe without that, they wouldn't have provided us with any. So it's a good way to get them thinking about getting people in front of us. And because of the success that we've had with that, we've now expanded it and are offering it to anybody in our team builder group that is not 3 and free already, if they've been in a year, if they've been in 3 months, whatever it may be. So that makes it very easy. And then lastly, we finish our presentations by just saying, what did you like best? Is there any reason you wouldn't activate your platinum membership now? And that gives them an opportunity, if they have an objection, to voice it and for us to handle it right there. And no is fine, yes is fine, maybe not now. You get an answer. And if it's not yes, if it's no, then you know where you're at. If it's, I got to think about it or whatever, then you make sure you set up a definitive follow-up. And not next week, not in 3 weeks, usually 24 to 48 hours. And you just, because does anybody have people that they've been dragging along to just start to, well, I'm going to do it, but my money's coming next week, and then next week, well, I had to spend the money on groceries. And all those answers are fine, but what we don't need to do is have a lot of fish on the hook that we can't reel in. So that's a good way to eliminate that and get a definitive answer from people.
So that's one of the ways that Tim and I have built this business. Again, there's a lot of tools here that have been presented to everybody. So try what works for you. Try what works for you and try different things, and don't give up. Don't give up. I am guilty of this. I have not used my upline to do a lot of 3-way calls, Mr. Pagano, and I need to do that. I need to do that because maybe I would be standing here as a director this year. So that's my goal, is to work even closer to my upline, and that's Nick. And that's Nick, and I'm going to take my mentorship from Coach, and I'm going to listen to them, and when they tell me what to do, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm not going to do it on my own. So what can we answer for you lovely people? Mr. Pagano.
How many $59.95 have we had?
Not one. 0. The trick here, the tricky thing, if you want to call it tricky, is third-party validation. Whether it is getting them on, I'll help you. If you know someone that's in the arts and industry that likes someone that could relate to me or Timmy. Timmy's played in bands, okay? Or maybe Phyllis is a retiree, or Nick. Use Nick. Look at him. He's like, hello. So use your upline. Use your third-party validation. Use the videos like Phyllis does. That's great. It takes it out of your wheelhouse, sits in, and it helps validate you. Yes, ma'am. Before that, though, don't discount anybody, because you never know. You never know who's going to see it and how they're going to see it. You never know. Never say no for anybody. We said no for Phyllis and Skip for more reasons than what she said. We're like, oh, really? What's she going to do with this? I don't know much. She's going to eat my food. So don't discount anybody. Don't discount anybody. Even if they don't have a job, this might just be the one decision they make. This might be the decision they make to change their life.
Yep. So when you say criteria, get 12 warm bodies in front of us. That's it. I mean, you just get people in front of us. Again, you never know. Sometimes somebody that doesn't have a job may be more motivated than somebody that's making $100,000 a year. So you never know. The key thing is just get the bodies in front of us, and we'll find some commonality with that person. I mean, you can't look at this program and find somebody that it can't help. So that's the key, is don't discount anybody and just get the 12 warm bodies to talk to.
So the main thing you want is to have that face-to-face. So if they're not close to you, you do Zooms as opposed to over the phone?
Yeah. When I say in front of us, I mean a phone call, a FaceTime. Yeah. So. Yep.
Any mean of communication that you can talk to your upline, that's third-party validation, which I do.
Any other questions? Great. Well, we actually wanted to take a minute to just thank Nick and Janice and Coach and all the people that. Okay.
You said to get them in front of you face to face. You gave them a deadline, which is like 30 days. You have to do it within 30 days.
We need the 12 appointments within 30 days. So basically, the thought behind that is it's within the billing cycle. Essentially, we give them 30 days. So because again, a lot of people will bust out the wallet for the $400, but cry when it comes next month to the $59.95. So that encourages them to start immediately and start getting people in front of us, and that that's just the way we had success.
No.
If we can't have them have a conversation with us.
But I'm saying you call for all of them.
Yep.
It just happened to be that last week of that 30 days.
Yep.
Where you kind of got yeses, but nobody actually jumped.
Well, you don't have a yes until you have a member. Till they've signed up in some fashion, you don't have a yes.
Right, but the criteria is 12 people that they talk to. It doesn't matter if they say yes or no.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm asking, the criteria.
Oh, yeah. No, we just need to talk. We just need to talk to 12 people. And if we get them activated, great. If we don't, then we'll pay that fee. So.
I'll just finish on one little quick other thing if there's any more questions, but it's like a deck of cards. And if I told you I was going to give you $1,000 for each ace, would you keep flipping?
Yeah.
Would you stop after the fourth one because you didn't get an ace? Or would you keep flipping? You keep flipping until you get your aces. Until you get your aces, and you don't stop. It's a matter of exposure, share. So that's what we do. It's a numbers game. Any other questions, you guys?
Thank you for having us.
Okay, you guys get a book too. Finally, well, we're gonna go to Walmart. If anybody wants to go. My first day speaking in front of a crowd, you know. So our final presenter, Miss Katrina Bridges from the corporate office, to tell us how to use corporate resources better. Do you want to say anything else? And then we'll wrap it up. I'll give you the addresses to both places we're going to go, and up to you if you want to join us. Tashana's going to come up here and tell you why we're going to Walmart once again, and then we're going to go to Paradise Park. If you come to Paradise Park, I'm picking up dinner, and they have go-karts and laser tag and other fun things to do. So I might suggest going back to your hotel and not wearing your suits and ties. Katrina Bridges.
So thank you so much. It's such an honor and a pleasure to be here with you all. I do have this team just holds a special place in my heart. There are so many people on this team that I just absolutely love, from the Littles to Stacy to Tashana to Nick Pagano. And Nick is absolutely, I've worked with him for almost 10 years now, and I've never ended a conversation with him in a bad mood. There's been many times where he tends to call me on my way home. and I never, how you'll do the angry decline when someone's going to get on your nerves. I never do that to him because I know that I'm going to end the call smiling, and that always happens. So it doesn't matter if he's calling for something small or something big. He never puts pressure on me, and he's just great. And I just love talking to him. It just soothes me, and I just absolutely love him. And that's why I came down here to be with you guys all today. But my number one tip, I would say, for utilizing the home office is I'll get a call from someone, Nick, for example, and he'll say, so-and-so has this problem, and I just spent an hour on the phone with them, and here's everything they told me. And then I'll look at this person, I'll look them up in the system, and they've never once called us. And I'll go over to the travel membership system because I can see who's called them as well, and they've never called there either. So I'll call this person, and I'll get it all worked out and everything. So my number one tip is you guys are here to build this business. You guys aren't here to take hour-long phone calls. That's what we're here for. And that we have a team of people for. So when they call you and they're going into all this and that, your first question to them should definitely be, have you already called the home office? Have you discussed this with him? Because there are so many times where they haven't called and they haven't worked it out with us, but they're going to call you because they're looking to quit the business and they're just looking for an out. They're not really there to, they haven't tried to work out their problem. So we are open. Unfortunately, we're only open at the corporate office Monday through Friday, 8 to 4:30 Central Time. But we do have, like I said, a team of people there waiting to help you and serve you. The membership has a little bit more extended hours. A lot of people don't realize that because they think that the membership has the same hours as us. Don't quote me on this because I'm not 100% sure, but I believe their hours are 9 to 9 Eastern Standard Time, Monday through Friday, and then 9 to 5 on Saturday, something along those lines. So they even have the Saturday hours, and a lot of people don't realize that either. So you definitely want to save their phone number in your phone, so if somebody calls you, you can give it to them, after hours if they can't call us and ask us for the number. And then another tip is when you make a reservation through the membership, there's a 24-hour hotline number that you can call the membership with regards to that booking at any time. And a lot of people don't realize that either. So you might get that frantic call from someone after membership hours because they can't find their booking or something or another. And then so you as a leader should have that 24-hour hotline number saved in your phone. So that way you can give it to them and you can just get that problem off you because, again, you're supposed to be working, to build the business and everything. So we have lots of tools in the back office. A lot of people, another thing that we'll get is I'll talk to someone who is complaining because they don't know how to do this or they don't know how to do that. And then I'll go into their back office and I'll see that they've never accessed the back office. because when you first access it, you have to go through that tutorial. So I'll say, oh, well, wow, I see you haven't even gotten your back office yet. Let's go ahead and get you signed in there first and go over, you know, X, Y, Z, because there are resources and tools available there for everyone to use. So I, you know, point new people there and kind of tell them to go through the materials. We have under the resource section plenty of things for them to download and read. And another thing that I think even you all forget about sometimes is we do have a written comp plan. And we have that because, you know, talking, things get confused and people think things work one way or another. But if you check out the written comp plan, even just, you guys probably know also what you might not need to do this, but I, even being around it as long as I have, still have to pull it out on tricky questions just to make sure I'm telling them the right thing. So I would suggest printing it out or saving it on your phone as a favorite or what have you, so you can pull it up anytime and make sure you're giving people good information. So that's really all I have. Does anybody have any questions? I can get it on my phone back there, so I can get that. Nick, if you want to bring my phone up here, I can give that out, and that way people will have that.
I have a question on that exact issue. Before you answer the question. So, clarify for people when they call the surge number versus the concierge number. Tell people.
Yeah, that's a great question, and people do get confused. Well, because they get upset if they had to call us or they call them and then they have to get transferred. So just to make it easy for people, it is what I'm actually doing, I'm really excited about for convention is I'm creating a business card that has all the contact information on it and the hours of operations for all of our different providers like TaxBot and PTN and the different things that we work with. And I'm going to give those out to everybody at convention. So I'm excited about that. I wish I would have done it ahead of time and had them here, but you call Surge corporate office for anything to do with your SBA. It's anything to do with your money in your team, anything along those lines. So that's what you call specifically. The only time you call the concierge or the / membership line is for your travel needs. So if you want to book something or you have a question or anything to do with your membership itself. Everything outside of the membership box would be Surge corporate office. So, and we're the ones that are Monday through Friday, 8 to 4:30 Central Standard Time. Yes, ma'am?
And the Surge membership box is obviously for the platinum members.
Yes, that would be correct. That would be for platinum members, yes. And then Vortex owners, which are the plus members, they do have the website. They don't have the travel membership, but they can call the concierge and everything as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And they can also chat with them online. There's the live chat feature. So, and then if you join at the travel agent level, you would call Pro Travel Network for any of your travel related questions.
Yeah, I have a question on, sometimes I call a certain number and I'm up on hold. There's no indication how long I'm going to be left on hold. I'm wondering two things. One, you could tell us how long we're going to be on hold. And two, can you offer us a call back so that we don't have to.
Now, would that be the membership line or the Surge corporate office? Unfortunately, we do not have those capabilities with the current phone system that we're using, but that is something to have. We typically only have about an average of a 2-minute hold time. You experience much longer holds than that. One thing that you could do is, this is a good email address that you guys can take note of as well, and it's pretty easy, but it's just support@surge365.com. And if you would prefer, you could email us and schedule a time to call you, and we would be happy to do that as well. But it shouldn't, you know, like I said, the whole time shouldn't be that long. It might have just been a few glitchy times that you called or real busy times. But we do focus on that and try to keep those down. But I will, we are upgrading and doing different things with our phone system. So when selected, that includes wait, potential wait times. That's a great suggestion. Yeah, you're welcome. Let me give you guys that 24-hour line so that anytime someone has already booked a trip, they would call 858-999-8206. And that would be for Vortex customers or membership, not book the trip with Pro Travel Network.
Can you repeat that?
Yes, ma'am. 858-999-8206.
And this is the after hour.
Yes, that would be the 24-hour travel hotline once you have booked a trip. You wouldn't call there to get a quote or anything of that nature because the office was closed because servicing once you have booked a trip. Does everybody here have our quote, or does anybody need that in their phone? Everybody should have that in their phone. But if you don't, it's 618-655-2431. Yes, Nick Milano has a question.
Okay, so there are a number of people in this room today that over the period of time of getting ready for this have said it would be really good to have a membership-only video.
That is coming very soon. Yes, very soon. I'm sorry. Opportunity. So, about not anything else. I'm not. Can everybody hear me? Yeah, so that will just be a membership only video. So it won't talk about opportunity or anything of that nature.
So just talk about the deals that you can get on travel and stuff like that, right?
Right. Yeah, it'll be great. And that will definitely be here well before convention. Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you so much for having me. And just as others did, I would love to thank Nick and Janice, of course, for her help last night. And I'm just, like I said, I'm honored to be here. And I love this company. It's so much more than a job to me. It's funny because I'm friends with a lot of you guys on Facebook, and you guys kind of talk about, JOBs all the time. And I'm like, I can relate to what you're saying, but I never feel like I'm at a job with my job. So thank you guys for being a part of that. And I appreciate being here.
Shauna? I need to address this from the last slide. Okay, so for those of you that don't know, Tashana and I grew up exactly in the same circumstances. No, not really. Not really, I lied. So, yeah. So Tashana and I grew up on exactly the opposite ends of the socioeconomic spectrum. Would you agree? Because I'm a old, rich guy, white guy, and you're now a young, rich black woman. But you weren't always there. So we got into a conversation prior to this about how at the time, she had never been to a country club, and I said, well, I can fix that too. So that's why we are here at my country club. And by the way, none of your money is no good here, just as you know. So Tashana, always being the competitive person that she is, decided to go one up on me. And since I said, well, I never shop at Walmart, she said,
are you crazy? You never been to Walmart? So, you want the good news or the bad news first?
yeah, I can deal with it.
You can deal with either one. Guess what, you guys? I can't go to Walmart. My flight leaves at 6:25. And I won't be able to go, but Letitia is willing to take my spot because you're not getting out of it. But Walmart for me is therapy. Working at home, I need to get outside and see people. I have prospected so much in Walmart, it's just crazy. I mean, I just like, I time out one Walmart and they see it in the group all the time. But yeah, so when he said, well, I said, no, I've never been to a country club. He was like, oh, I've been here since 1999. I was like, that's 18 years ago. Okay. And he was like, what are you doing? I said, I'm about to go to Walmart. He was like, I've never been to Walmart. And I was like, who hadn't been to Walmart? So I was like, when I come down here, see, my son is graduating from high school tomorrow. That's a big deal for me. I can't, Letitia talked about sacrifices, and it hit home for me. You know, a lot of people, you know, say, I just want to spend time. But see, and she's right. Renee told me July the 30th, my son turned 9 years old. And she said, you got a goal. You got a goal in place. You can't afford to take time. She said, here's the bigger picture, Tashana. Your son can have a birthday every 30th of the month for the rest of his life, and a good one. Because you hadn't been able to give him a good one for the past 8 years. And that resonated in my heart. And so that's why August the 6th, I was able to walk across that stage and pick up that $50,000 check, because the benefit of my sacrifice was so much more rewarding than me saying, I got $1,000 in my pocket. I'm no good. I don't have to listen to you now. See, we always have to listen and follow, because they see so far beyond where we are. And that's what she saw in me. She saw me as a director. She treated me as a director. And so, okay, what am I talking about? Okay. Because I just get so excited about it, because it's just more than a business for me. You know, I hardly ever use Search 365 and business in the same sentence. This is something that has changed my life. This is a new life for me. I still humbly keep my food stamp card in my pocketbook to remind me that every 19th of the month, I don't have to wait and go to Walmart. I can go to Walmart the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and any day that I choose. I'd rather find me one to open up all night long so I can just go in the middle of the night if I want to. So that's the benefit of my sacrifices. So, okay.
The 20th of the month is when our residual checks come, but what's the 19th?
The 19th of the month is when the government loads the card, the food stamp card, EBT or SNAP or whatever they call it here, SNAP card. So I had to wait until they load the card up. Then I can take my, they put like, it's same as cash like a credit. Yes, your tax money. Yes, well, thank you. Right back to you, because after the first week of me joining this business, I gave you and everybody else y'all tax money back. Because guess what? I didn't need it anymore. Say what you say, do what you do. Yes, I use your tax money. I sure did, because nobody ever navigated me to anywhere. So you could have came and told me and said, hey, Tashana, you're using my tax money. I'm in this business. I know about this business. I can help you get off this. But see, nobody took the time. But they were always saying you're using my tax money. Let me get more off this mic, because I get passionate about stuff like that. You know. And so I'm gonna wait. Yeah, y'all go to Walmart. And guess what? I'm about to go back to North Carolina to watch my son graduate from high school. Something that I didn't have the opportunity to do. But I sacrificed my weekend here with you guys, because it's so much bigger than what I got going on. This is a team win. This is a team event. And I pray that you guys learned something while we were here, and to take it back to your teams, and to the top we all go.
So, I would say, Letitia, you better come up here. Tashana, you got a ride?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Tashana, get your books. Hey, don't forget, you got to buy some of mine now that you're rich. Okay, so.
Tashana.
Everybody write this number down real fast. 26090 Ingersoll Drive, Novi, Michigan. Because that's where, if you want to, do we have to be there? No, you can't go like that, can you? Don't we have to wear shorts? Okay, so let's meet. And how long are we going to be there? Oh, by the way, everybody needs to text Paul Funk today too, because he's got some not feeling good. So everybody text him that they miss him, because he's very sensitive.
Tashana, how long you want to stay there? As long as I can pass out 5 minutes first and eat some break, then he gets mine.
So that'll take like 30 seconds. 45 minutes. Okay, so we're going to meet at 5. Meet at Walmart. Okay, so we're going to go to Walmart. This one right here. We're going to meet where? Is there like a lobby? Two doors.
Walmart has 2 doors. Let's meet at the grocery door.
Inside or outside? It's the left door, if you look at it. So we're on the left door. Okay, and then if you're not coming to Walmart, then you meet us here at 45799 Grand River. And that's at 6 o'clock.
We're going to be at Walmart.
Okay, so has everybody got the plan for the rest of the day, rest of the evening? Katrina's coming, so if you want to talk to her about some specific thing, she'll be there. Dorothy, you're coming, right? Yeah. If you want to talk to Dorothy about her video, she'll be there. Letitia, you coming? Okay. So I'll be there. What do we wear to Walmart? This is
Casual clothing.
Casual clothing.
Very casual. Very casual.
Very casual.
And very casual.
Very casual clothing.
You can actually wear jeans at Walmart.
I don't own any denim. Well, you know, sometimes you have to get out of your comfort zone, right? I'm about to get out of my comfort zone. What? Buy one what?
Wrangler.
Whoa. This is going to be something else. So at 5 o'clock, if I can remember, 5 o'clock at Walmart, 6 o'clock at Paradise Park. Any more questions? Yeah, if you come to Walmart, we're just going to caravan over to the Paradise Park. Oh, I can't believe it. I am so looking forward to this. Really, really, I am. This is going to be like this is going to be something else.
Okay, so thanks you guys for coming. We'll see you at Walmart at 5 o'clock.
Speak like this, Mama. These are the ones I have left. For those of you that asked. Speak like this. Let me work my card. $10. How you spell your name? How many is $2? Ain't right Not the pink ones, but I mean, feeling toxicated. I'm sorry. You can get it off my website. Is that okay? Yes, I like the look of that book. However, I can't take a whole lot right now because I can't hear back. So, I'm not overly so, yeah, one book will be very nice, and that one there looks very good.